Okay, I think we're all set. Let me just pull everything up. And then I will switch screens. Let's see. Let's put you over there. Oh, don't want you. You over there. Okay. Right, let's switch over. Turn you down a little bit. There we go. Oh, no. Bit of peaking going on, a little bit less. There we go. About there. Okay. Right. Just gonna check the audio, make sure that's working, and then we're all set. Yep, okay, that seems fine. Let me just check it on here. Yep, that sounds good. Okay. Right, where were we? Just finished getting most of these shots done. And then I finished doing that section, adding the transitions there. I need to do the transition sound effects. And then from there, I believe I can move on to the rest of it. Right, so let's go in and get some transition sound effects. Let's bring these over. I'll turn this up as well when I do the sound effects, because I noticed I could barely hear them last time. Right, all we got. That's the one I'm currently using. No, it's too much. No. Nope. Yeah, that'll do. Maybe if I make it faster. Yeah, okay, let's go for this one. But that. Heart of the city. Hey Drew, good to see you back, buddy. It's in the heart of the city. Alright, so where's the first transition? Let's actually just put this on A7. Let's copy that, delete that. This will make me a lot easier. Right, okay, so we need to start adding these in. That's a cross dissolve, so I don't need to worry about sound effects there. We need to add them in around about here, I think. Has already taken the line. Yeah, that's gonna work. Okay, let's get that one in. Has already taken the and then copy over. Lives of at least 8 people and is currently carrying a 32. What's the name of the outro theme for Beyond the Dark? Which episode? Because I've got 2. I've got the one I use now, and then there's the guitar one. Carrying a 32 caliber revolver and 500 and 500 rounds of ammunition. Make sure that's all good. He has already taken the lives of at least 8 people and is currently carrying a 32 caliber revolver. I believe it's called Cinematic Guitar by Ender Gurney. I believe. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Pretty sure that's what it's called. I presume you mean using Colombian music on this episode was quite interesting. Do you mean using Colombian style music? I just went for whatever seemed to fit. It has got some elements of Spanish guitar and flamenco fingerstyle guitar, but I did go looking, see if I could find anything a bit closer, but to be honest, nothing really worked. So, but I have tried to go for that sort of Spanish guitar sound to a degree without it being over the top. I think this is
Revolver and 5.
Good, okay.
20 has already taken the lives of at least 8 people and is currently carrying a 32 caliber revolver.
That one's slightly off.
Carrying a 32 caliber revolver and 500 rounds of ammunition.
Right, now what I want to do is I might adjust the pitch of every other sound effect so it doesn't get too samey, because the brain will pick up on that and it won't like it. I've actually forgotten how to. I see, there is a pitch effect. I've never adjusted the pitch, so I completely forgot how to. Pitch shifter, there it is. Edit. Alright. What have we got? We don't want it to be too much. We want it to just be a little bit different so the brain doesn't get used to the sound effect. How's that sound?
2 caliber revolver and
nah, it's very minimal. Need a little bit less.
2 caliber revolver and 5.
Almost.
And is currently carrying a 32 caliber revolver.
See you later, Omar. I hope you sleep well, buddy.
2 caliber revolver and 5. 2 caliber.
Alright, one more, and then that should be ready to just throw in the rest of the edit. Do you think pardoning Shiro Ishii in exchange for his human experiment, research experiment, his data, was the right thing? No, it wasn't the right thing to do at all. He kept hold of those papers for that specific reason. If anything, they just played into his hand. I don't. Again, I've never actually read the papers. I'm sure if I do a little bit of hunting, I could find them. I don't know if his research data was actually worth anything, or if it actually had some medical merit to it. But no, I don't think they've done the right choice there at all. But from what I understood at the time, if the Americans didn't take the deal and accept Shiro Ishii's papers, the Russians would have, because obviously by this point in history the Cold War was creeping up to and starting to begin. So the Americans just in their own mind made a tactical decision. It was either they get it or the Russians do. So that's why they did it. At least that I hope that's the main reason why they did it.
32 caliber revolver and 8 people and is currently carrying a 32 caliber.
Oh, I've duplicated the wrong one. Okay, let's put that there.
8 people and is currently carrying a 32 caliber revolver and 5.
There we go. Okay, so we now need this one here, and that should be that little section done.
Has already taken the lives of at least 8 people and is currently carrying a 32 caliber revolver and 500.
Yep, that's done. Okay, just adding some very slight dissolves to them. Awesome. Okay, they're sorted. Right, now from here I need to figure out. Wait, I've got more there to do. I can quickly get them in a second. Alright, I need to do the text for my Patreons, and then after that I don't think there's anything else I need to add here specifically. I think the rest of it's pretty much ready to just be fine-tuned towards the end. Okay, right, let's just get these sections in and then we'll go from there. Right, how many shots are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 5 different ones, so we just get the first 2.
Leave the bathroom and turn this tranquil atmosphere.
Oh, this is going to be a tricky one. There we go, like that. like that.
Will leave the bathroom and turn this tranquil atmosphere into one of utter horror. And change their lives forever. Change their lives forever. His name is Campo Elias Delgado, and he will forever be known as the man who committed the Pizzetto massacre.
Okay. I'm going to give this section a watch through. Did you know that Shiro Ishii has a... Yes, I've read about that when I was doing the research. So I believe, if I recall, he died in America, either at a hospice. I believe it was a hospice. I know he died around the age of 60 years old. So he got throat cancer. I remember reading it all. Still a lot of it that I wish I could go back and fix. Because there's a lot on that case that I really dropped the ball on. But we live and learn. Right, I'm going to watch through this section here. And then I'm going to judge to make sure it's all done. Make sure all the timing is perfect. Because I really want the timing on this episode to be absolutely spot on.
Cold winter night on the busy streets of Bogota, the people of this proud capital are coming out in droves to enjoy the city's nightlife as the bars and clubs throw open their doors for the events to come. But tonight is a special occasion for the usual partygoers. Through the haze of cigarette smoke and the mixing sounds of cheering and disappointment, the football game that has most of the country's attention is drawing in the masses as many of the patrons in this small bar order round after round and sit with bated breath, hoping Colombia will be the victors of tonight's match. It's turning into a great evening out for those who need a break from their usual 9 to 5, but it's also a temporary escape to get their minds off of the current conflict and constant deluge of reports of extreme violence tearing the country and its people apart, all courtesy of the Medellin and Cali cartels.
Alright. Let's see, one thing I wanted to fix there. I want to pull this section back because I don't like the dust particles hanging around into the black screen. So let's get rid of some of them. Right, they need to fade out about here.
To get their minds off of the current conflict and constant deluge of reports of extreme violence tearing the country and its people apart, all courtesy of the Medellin and Cali cartels.
Why are you still hanging about? You shouldn't be. Alright, I'll cut you off there then. There we go.
There are a few overindulgers tonight.
I want that to kick in earlier.
There are a few overindulgers tonight, attempting to drink their body weight in spirits and lager. Their raucous cheers, laughter and criticisms of the players, claiming they themselves would be better on the pitch, are the loudest in the room. And it's safe to say they're certainly going to be feeling the hangover in the morning. But that is a problem for tomorrow. As of right now, there is nowhere else in the world they'd rather be, but sadly, their festivities are quickly halted as their joy turns to frustration. During a vital part of the match, the broadcast is interrupted by a report of a madman on the streets, but the rest of the report is drowned out as people voice their annoyance and no one pays attention, as they believe it's just the same old story. The police will attempt to arrest the suspect, his fate and crimes will be made public, and everything will return to normal. All they want is for the match to continue. But this isn't the same old story. It's not a clash between law enforcement and the Sicarios, or an arrest of a high-ranking official, as they will learn in just a few short hours. Down the road from the
So can I fix that by doing this? I can make it less impactful.
The road from the bar is a fine dining Italian restaurant known as Pizzetto's. It's managed to draw in a reasonable crowd of around 40 people, and the atmosphere inside is one of warmth and tranquility. There is a mixed bag of diners tonight, from families coming out for luxurious meals, couples celebrating their anniversaries, and businessmen trying to shake hands on important deals over fine wine. The sound of clinking glasses and soft chatter make for a relaxed setting for this building nestled in the beating heart of the city, but that is soon to change. Waiter Alfonso Guaname has just finished giving a ticket order to the kitchen staff and is enjoying the more peaceful night. After waiting on some other tables, he begins chatting with the other members of staff. He's noticed how some of them seem to be hovering around the bar where the match can be seen playing on a small TV when he hears the usual sound of the restaurant door open. He's surprised. The man who has just walked in hasn't been to Pizzetto's in over a year. The elegant grey suit, briefcase, as well as the man's stature make him look quite refined, and the sanguine look he wears causes Alfonso to approach the gentleman with an unconscious smile. After some small talk, the waiter guides him through to the seating area to what used to be his usual spot of table number 5. Sitting down, the man orders a rather expensive meal consisting of spaghetti bolognese and a Colombian brand cola from the menu, but he also requests if tonight, instead of sitting at his usual spot, if it is possible he can be moved closer to the bar. Alfonso, wanting to make sure all of his patrons are happy and seeing how the restaurant isn't exactly overflowing with customers, he allows the man to move to table number 20. The man takes his seat, placing the black executive briefcase beside the chair, and with a calm demeanor thanks Alfonso. After making sure the man has ordered everything he wants, the waiter comments how good it is to see him again, and walks away to hand in the order. Alfonso and the 40 other diners don't know this, but the man currently sitting at table number 20 has already taken the lives of at least 8 people, and is currently carrying a .32 caliber revolver and 500 rounds of ammunition in his briefcase. In the next few hours he will leave the...
That is still bad, that isn't it? Let's turn this down a little bit so it doesn't blow your ears off.
...the bathroom and turn this tranquil atmosphere into one of utter horror, and change their lives forever. His name is Campo Elias Delgado, and he will forever be known as the man who committed the Pizzetto massacre.
Okay, I'm going to say that is pretty much sorted apart from the few little things I need to add in. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pre-render this section here. I'll wait till a second pre-render when I need to add in the extra few shots, but that's okay, that won't take very long. Alright, so go to that. So if you have any questions you want to ask or anything like that, you can, well, you can ask throughout the entire live stream, but you can ask more precisely now because I have to wait because I can't do anything for 59,041 frames. Oh, but how is everyone doing today? Hope you're doing well. So currently 28 at night here for me. I've had my Domino's pizza, which I absolutely gorged myself on. And I'm now sitting here with a lovely Monster energy drink like the true gamer I am. And I'm also freezing cold. Please put the on. Well, yeah, I hope you're all doing well. Apparently I don't know how to do myself. Why the bloody hell are the arm ports in this thing? There they are. Oh. So this shouldn't take too long to render through. So it's got a couple of heavy things to do, but I'd like to get these pre-renders done because it actually means the export happens incredibly quickly. I think the fastest export I ever had was something along the lines of 1 minute, which was fantastic. Oh, you're actually supposed to do this as you edit anyway, so... Oh, excuse me. So I'm sure by the end of tonight I should hopefully have more than half of the episode pretty much rendered and ready to go. I'm going to spend tomorrow, if it's not done by tonight, which it probably won't be because I've got a couple of shots I still need to actually finalize and put in, but I'm going to do that tomorrow anyway. So, but if I can get everything else done by the end of tonight, that'd be fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm going to probably butcher your name. Janie? Is that how you pronounce it? Janie? Janie? I'm so sorry. But thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Alright. It says 56 minutes, but it's not going to take 56 minutes at all. It's just getting through the heavier shots. So what we got through now? We just got through the intro. Yeah, these are the heaviest shots. It's going to speed up around here, probably slow down here. Basically, it'll slow down a little bit around the particle sections and any sections with heavy effects. But that'll be okay. This won't take very long. So if I need to stop it and do it in micro sections, that's what I'll do. Oh, so I want to go through and I need to get my patrons' names up in the actual intro. And then, I'm sorry if you hear mouth noises, by the way. I've just, as I say, I've had a very cheesy Domino's pizza. And then from here, I don't really need to do much in terms of anything else here. I literally just got to go through, add in some transitions, some transition sound effects, make sure the flow is there for the most part. That is pretty much it. Other than that, I think it's fine. But yes, if you do have any questions, please feel free to ask. See what we're on. 4,000. Alright, I'm gonna wait until this is at about 10 and I might pause it and I'll do it periodically throughout the edit. What would you say is the hardest part of your work? I would say probably the research and script writing is probably one of the hardest because I am painfully dyslexic. I write my scripts phonetically. I mean, reading comments is not too tricky. I basically look at them for about 5 seconds and then I can piece it together. But my scripts are awful. Absolutely bloody awful. Other than that, I would say the research as well, because there is so much I have to cross-reference. So if I'm reading something in a newspaper, and let's say, for example, we're talking about someone who was politically motivated to commit an atrocious act, it's bloody annoying because you'll have one paper that is, you know, left-leaning, you have one paper that's right-leaning, and so they'll blame each other and completely just skip over facts or exaggerate certain parts of the event to fit their agenda, and trying to sift through that crap to just get to the truth, and it's bloody annoying. And I had that with Pizzetto. I mentioned it previously in the last live stream I done earlier today. That's because Mario Mendoza, who did know Campo Elias Delgado, but Mario Mendoza wrote a book about the event, but the book itself plays a lot on, it's more based on the story than being the actual story. It's not like a biography of Campo's life. And because of that, people have taken the book as 100% set in stone fact. So I was reading through newspapers and articles on the event, and people have quoted the book or taken events straight from the book and put it in. It's bloody annoying. So I've had to try and find a way to avoid those sections. Oh, we just got a nice booster. But yes, that's one of the hardest parts of my work. I love doing the artwork. The artwork is a lot of fun. I've still got a lot to do. And then, of course, I have been studying like hell as much as I can. I'm 2.5 years into my art studies, I would say. And I don't think I'm doing too bad. I would say I'm on the right track. Still got a lot to learn. Still got a lot of things to figure out, a lot of things to fix. But I'm happy with the direction it's going. But then when it comes to things like the editing itself doesn't actually take too long. The editing is kind of the more relieving section, because you will see everything fall into place, and I'll be sitting there going, God, I'm weeks away from the video being done, when in fact when I get everything into the edit, I'm 4 days away. That's happened to me quite a few times. I didn't even think about how biased history is, so that must be hard finding the solid truth. Can't wait for your next video. I hope everything goes well with your studies. Thank you very much. I'm actually going to be, well, I'm tempted to live stream my art studies when I can. Sadly, recently, as I've been doing these live streams, I have been losing subs, but there's nothing I can do about that. I think it's more I've asked too much in terms of patience when it comes to these videos, because I wanted to release 3 videos at once, and I kind of bit off more than I could chew. But that's just the way it is. It's my fault. So sadly, I have seen a slight decrease, but that's what it is. Please do, my notifications are always on. But yeah, I want to stream my studies, and sorry, I'm trying to read your name. I'm blind as a bloody bat. I want to say, is that Aldid? Sorry, I don't know if that's an I or an L. I'm dyslexic, I'm sorry. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it, my friend. But yes, I am potentially going to stream my art studies in the future. I think that'll be kind of a fun way to get people to, I don't know, study with me, if that's something people wanted to do. Plus they get to see more behind the scenes, and I get to have more conversations with you lot, and I get to just mumble like an idiot and talk utter nonsense. Right, we're at 13,500 frames. See, whereabouts are we? Oh, I might as well just leave it. It's gonna literally just whiz through these ones. Oh, that's why I set it to the wrong. I always get confused between these two timelines. You got this little section here, so this white bar on the top, and then you got this one right below it. And what it's rendering right now is everything that is selected in the lower bar. I thought it was just going to do that section there. I always get those two confused. Always do it. So once this goes green, I'm going to hit cancel, because I don't want this section to render because it hasn't been touched yet. Alright, coming up to 20k. Come on. I'm hoping this will fix the audio glitching. If it doesn't, I will just have to turn down the desktop volume, or I might put a compressor on my desktop volume so it doesn't burst your eardrums. Sorry, I know I'm mentioning it a lot, but it's annoying. Oh, we hit 28. There we go. Right, hit cancel on that. There we go. So that section is all rendered. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to lower the desktop audio so it doesn't peak, just in case it does the audio glitch again. Thinking about half should do it. Right, I can now watch this in full. Hey Drew, good to see you back, buddy. But I'm now going to watch this in full resolution, now that we've got a pre-render, and we can actually see it in all of its high-definition glory, or at least the first 5 minutes. Right, let's get a nice big screen going.
Night on the busy streets of Bogota, the people of this proud capital are coming out in droves to enjoy the city's nightlife as the bars and clubs throw open their doors for the events to come. But tonight is a special occasion for the usual partygoers. Through the haze of cigarette smoke and the mixing sounds of cheering and disappointment, the football game that has most of the country's attention is drawing in the masses as many of the patrons in this small bar order round after round and sit with bated breath, hoping Colombia will be the victors of tonight's match. It's turning into a great evening out for those who need a break from their usual 9 to 5, but it's also a temporary escape to get their minds off of the current conflict and constant deluge of reports of extreme violence tearing the country and its people apart, all courtesy of the Medellin and Cali cartels.
Okay, that seemed good. There was one bit there that I wanted to fix. Sounded like I took a deep breath and it sounded a bit odd. I like how you drew this yourself. Thank you, John. Thank you very much. Still got a lot to learn, but I'm definitely seeing an improvement, especially lately. This was actually done earlier today. So you got to actually consider all these shots have been over the case of 3 months. So I've been constantly studying. But yeah, no, I started to learn a new technique. That's definitely helped recently. Have you heard of Andrew Cunanan? I have indeed. Cunanan is kind of a weird one. I've never really... Sorry, that was disgusting. I've never really considered doing Cunanan, to be honest. If you do want to see, Drew, all the people that I am going to cover or wish to cover in the future, this is one of the most colourful timelines I've seen. My timeline is completely just covered in crap. But yeah, no, if you do want to see people I'm going to cover in the future, you can check my description and I have my Discord link there, and I'll have a future projects tab in my Discord. All right. Oh. Are you an editor, Darwin? Because if you are, you're probably going to slap me for some amateur mistakes I'll make. Right, I did hear me take a bit of a horrible breath during my narration, which I want to cut out and smooth out. So let me just listen to this bit again.
Cigarette smoke and the mixing sounds of cheering and disappointment, the football game that has most of the country's attention is drawing in the masses as many of the patrons in this small bar order round after round and sit with bated breath, hoping Colombia will be the victors of tonight's match. It's turning into a great evening out for those who need a break from their usual 9 to 5, but it's also a temporary escape to get their minds off of the current conflict and constant deluge of reports of extreme violence tearing the country and its people apart.
I must have... Oh, wait on, was that? That was it there. That was literally right on top of it. Okay.
Apart.
That's the one. Alright, let's smooth that out.
Apart.
Nope, a little bit less.
Apart.
Oh, lovely. Gotta love that audio glitch.
All courtesy of the Medellin and Cali cartels.
There we go. Alright, okay, let's carry on from... Yep, carry on from there. Ow. I'm so sorry.
Tonight, attempting to drink their body weight in spirits and lager, their raucous cheers, laughter and criticisms of the players claiming they themselves would be better on the pitch are the loudest in the room, and it's safe to say they're certainly going to be feeling the hangover in the morning, but that is a problem for tomorrow.
That music seems a little bit too loud.
And lager, their raucous cheers, laughter and criticisms of the players claiming they themselves would be better on the pitch are the loudest in the room, and it's safe to say they're certainly going to be feeling the hangover in the morning, but that is a problem for tomorrow. As of right now, there is nowhere else in the world they'd rather be, but sadly their festivities are quickly halted as their joy turns to frustration. During a vital part of the match, the broadcast is interrupted by a report of a madman on the streets, but the rest of the report is drowned out as people voice their annoyance and no one pays attention, as they believe it's just the same old story. The police will attempt to arrest the suspect, his fate and crimes will be made public, and everything will return to normal. All they want is for the match to continue. But this isn't the same old story. It's not a clash between law enforcement and the Sicarios, or an arrest of a high-ranking official, as they will learn in just a few short hours.
Right, that bit there was very loud, so let's soften that sound effect. I didn't even try to do anything with it. No wonder why that was bloody loud. It's on 0 decibels. Right, let's put that down. So it's a sound effect, so you want to say about -20. No worries, mate. That's really complicated my point of view. My computer would break in flames if playback. Okay. Yeah, no, thankfully I've got a beefy little computer. It's not anything super special, but it's beefy enough. Does exactly what I need it to do, plus a little bit more. That was really wimpy and quiet, so let's put that down. There we go. Jesus Christ.
Down the road from the bar is a fine dining Italian restaurant known as Pizzetto's. It's managed to draw in a reasonable crowd of around 40 people, and the atmosphere inside is one of warmth and tranquility. There is a mixed bag of diners tonight, from families coming out for luxurious meals, couples celebrating their anniversaries, and businessmen trying to shake hands on important deals over fine wine. The sound of clinking glasses and soft chatter make for a relaxed setting for this building nestled in the beating heart of the city, but that is soon to change. Waiter Alfonso Guaname has just finished giving a ticket order to the kitchen staff and is enjoying the more peaceful night. After waiting on some other tables, he begins chatting with the other members of staff. He's noticed how some of them seem to be hovering around the bar where the match can be seen playing on a small TV, when he hears the usual sound of the restaurant door open. He's surprised. The man who has just walked in hasn't been to Pizzetto's in over a year. The elegant grey suit, briefcase, as well as the man's stature make him look quite refined, and the sanguine look he wears causes Alfonso to approach the gentleman with an unconscious smile. After some small talk, the waiter guides him through to the seating area to what used to be his usual spot of table number 5. Sitting down, the man orders a rather expensive meal consisting of spaghetti bolognese and a Colombian brand cola from the menu, but he also requests if tonight, instead of sitting at his usual spot, if it is possible he can be moved closer to the bar. Alfonso, wanting to make sure all of his patrons are happy and seeing how the restaurant isn't exactly overflowing with customers, he allows the man to move to table number 20. The man takes his seat, placing the black executive briefcase beside the chair, and with a calm demeanor thanks Alfonso. After making sure the man has ordered everything he wants, the waiter comments how good it is to see him again, and walks away to hand in the order.
Please don't be a loud audio glitch. Wait for it. Oh, Jesus.
But the man currently sitting at table number 20 has already taken the lives of at least 8 people, and is currently carrying a .32 caliber revolver and 500 rounds of ammunition in his boot.
Right, they seem a little loud. Have I actually done anything? No, I have done something to them. Okay, they seem a little bit too loud.
Who's sitting at table number 20 has already taken the lives of at least 8 people. And
he's probably put them down by another decibel or 2. That should work.
Has already taken the lives of at least 8 people, and is currently carrying a .32 caliber revolver and 500 rounds of ammunition in his briefcase. In the next few hours, he will leave the bathroom and turn this tranquil atmosphere into one of utter horror, and change their lives forever. His name is Campo Elias Delgado, and he will forever be known as the man who committed the Pizzetto massacre.
See, I do have a shot I am currently working on that I might replace here. It's actually Campo getting ready to to go out into the apartment and begin his first massacre. So I might change it to that one once I have that one finished. I think that might look a bit better, because I feel like I'm hanging on to this shot a bit too much. I think I shot it 3 times in total. Yeah. I don't mind it. It's kind of a decent stylized shot, but because I've done this shot when I hadn't completely mastered, not mastered, because mastering the head is a nightmare, but when I hadn't completely figured out the right proportions for a face looking down, so that's why he's got a slightly too long of a forehead, and the top of his head is a bit too big. If I pulled that in a little bit, it would look better. So I might change this one to another shot once I have it finished. Right, with that being said, I'm going to say that intro is pretty much good, pretty much sorted. The flow is fine. I was a little unsure about this section here, which I worked on earlier today, where it goes from one tone to another. Let me just watch this again. I think it's fine. I think it's just me being a bit perfectionist with it, which I need to pull back on.
It's a great evening out for those who need a break from their usual 9 to 5, but it's also a temporary escape to get their minds off of the current conflict and constant deluge of reports of extreme violence tearing the country and its people apart. All courtesy of the Medellin and Cali cartels. A few overindulgence tonight.
Well, apart from the very loud ear-splitting glitch, that was... No, it's fine. I think it's just me being a bit over the top with myself. Right, okay, now the tricky part, which is all down to timing. I'm going to go through... I need to open up my Patreon list and look at all those lovely people who support me each month. Let's see. Relationship manager. I need to put all their names in here because there's only 4 of them at the moment. Okay. Right, let's get their 4 names in. That actually won't be too tricky. It's when it's an odd number. That's when it gets a bit tricky. Because then I have to get the right timing down. Okay. I'm going to mute that so I don't constantly hear it. There we go. Right. They're just under by the name of Ash. So I'll put those 2 together, I think. Right, text. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Was this before I changed to the Birch font? I think it might be. I think that might be the Cinographica, I think I was called. Let me have a look. Or was it the Frizz? Or Fritz? Frizz, yeah, there you go. Doesn't look like the same one. I think this is when I did change to Birch. I think that's right. That might be wrong. I'm not sure. Much prefer Birch. Looks nice. I like it as a font. Okay. Yeah, that's not the same font. Okay, I think I know which one it is. I think it is a custom font I got ages ago. Which one is it? This one? No. There were... I can't remember which font it was. I might stick with Birch. Because it's close. I mean, it's obviously not the same, but it's close. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So because there's only 4 Patreons, I can have these guys show up for a while. So 1. Okay, so this is... Yeah, this is my first intro, where the art narration comes up here. I've got 2 versions of the same intro, except one of them I designed in case I got more Patreons, so I could put their names here as well. Alright, so Ash and Mr. Manager, or Atomic Shadow, as he is known on my Discord. I don't think he's online right now. No, he's not. Otherwise, I'm sure he'd be harassing me. Okay, Ash and... that's a $sign. And Mr. Manager. I want to get this same size, or at least close to. Okay. I need to open up one of my other videos quickly because I can't remember if I started to change the font here to white or if I kept it as red. So let me open up the Richard Chase video quickly. And skip to the intro. There we go. Oh, excuse me. Here we go. Oh yeah, yeah. It's red here. I might change. I might keep that white and make just one of the icons red. To be honest, I might do this. Can we get a similar color to this? I think I can, like that. There we go. Much easier to read. Okay. Now I need to find about half the frame so I can add in the other lovely people. So that comes in there. I'm gonna have that one come in there, and then it needs to fade off about there, and then we want about half the shot. Say about there. I want to get as close to half and half as I can, so I don't get accused of favoritism. Is that half? Let's have a look. Yeah, it's about half. Am I using a template for the animations, or are they done by scratch? I was for a while. For example, the produced one there, that originally was done with a masking layer and a Gaussian blur. But nowadays I just find a template because doing text annoys the bloody hell out of me. So what I normally do is there's a couple of templates I've got. You can get you can mask it very easily. I think there is a way you can save your animations and masks and stuff like that as your own preset. I don't know how to do it. I know I think I used to do it with transitions. But yeah, no, I pretty much just use a preset for now. Here we go. Let's make that one go on a little bit longer. I'd also add a Gaussian blur to it, because I don't like it appearing like that really simply, because it looks a bit tacky. Not as extreme, something like that should do. And then pull that back, then put that to 0. That was not very noticeable. Let's try that again. There we go. Now see, we'll have a transition there into whatever this will be. So who are the next two people? Next two people are Desi and Omar. So Desi, is it Desi? Oh, let me open up the video. I want to make sure. I want to say Desi Doodles, but a part of me is saying Desi Noodles. I don't exactly want to get one of my Patreon's names wrong. There's Omar's name. There's Shadow's name. Let's just write that. Doodles, okay. I feel like I'm being dyslexic. That is right, isn't it? Yeah, that is right. It looks different. So I'm looking at it on the Richard Chase video. It's in a different font and color, so it confused the hell out of my brain. Right, okay, and I'm gonna have to put these two names separate because they're two longer names. So we'll get that one. Try and get it between there and there. I don't like the idea of there being a double and then two singles. That doesn't feel right. That kind of feels like favoritism. Okay, not favoritism, but anyway. Excuse me. Right, okay, that's fine. I can just do it this way. I stick that between the D and the U, and then get this one. See, yeah, halfway through there and halfway through there, And then this one's fine, and then we need to put that one in half. Alright. Okay. Right, how do can I copy and paste his name, or? Yeah, I can copy and paste that. Okay, good. Copy. Paste. Try and get that center enough. Right, now to make sure these are all equal frames, let's copy one of these up. Oh god. No, grab it, there we go. Alright, that one's off by a few frames. That one's off by a few frames. I think these, that last one won't get it, okay. So let's stick to this one then. Yeah. Pull that one back. Let's see. Okay, I can literally just do a little bit, a couple of frames here and there. Something like that, something like that, something like that, something like that. There we go. Equal enough. I'm not going to sit there and go frame perfect because it will be unnoticeable. Right, what do I want to do? I want to do a simple cross dissolve between the two. Don't need to do anything special. I really need to set the cross dissolve as my default transition. I think I've got it on cross zoom, which I don't use anymore. Okay, one there. No, don't want to do that. I want to do that. One there. And one there. Followed by a burnout one. And a Gaussian blur. Or Gaussian blur, however you wish to pronounce it. Oh god. Fine. Okay. Let's do it this way then. Here we go. Christ. Should have set a marker there. Okay, and then did I put the Gaussian blur on? I think I did. I think I just need to set it. No, I didn't. Okay. See you later, Drew. Alright, let's add that there. And as it fades out. Oh god, not that much. Just a nice amount. There we go. I think that bit's done. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. Yeah. I can add in some sound effects for those ones as well. And then I believe the intro itself is done. I don't need that because they're cross dissolves. Okay. Add in a deeper based one here.
Forever. His name is Campo Elias Delgado, and he will forever be known as the man who committed the Pizzetto massacre.
I've got that coming in way too early. Almost. We'll put that off by a couple of frames, and I think it's ready to start on the next section. Nope. What happens there? Was that just a... Okay, that was just a video.
In this rural...
I want to pull that back a little bit more.
In this rural village of Columbia...
Okay. Right, before we start on the next section, I'm going to take a very, very quick break to get some fresh air. And by fresh air, I mean I'm going to smoke a cigarette. And then we will carry on with the next section. So allow me to put up a quick BRB. Let's see, how do we do... So I do that, and then I do, where is text? Do that. Yes, add source. And then we do be right. I think I can just choose the birch text to try and make it look at least similar. There we go. Nice and cheap, but I think it'll do. Right, I'll be right back. In fact, what I will do for you, I will do this. I'll let you have a quick little look and watch while until I come right back. There you go. Right, I'm gonna hit play and I'll put it on a lower volume so you don't bust your ears. Right, be right back.
breath, hoping Columbia will be the victors of tonight's match. It's turning into a great evening out for those who need a break from their usual 9 to 5, but it's also a temporary escape to get their minds off of the current conflict and constant deluge of reports of extreme violence tearing the country and its people apart. All courtesy of the Medellin and Cali cartels. A few overindulgers tonight, attempting to drink their body weight in spirits and lager. Their raucous cheers, laughter and criticisms of the players, claiming they themselves would be better on the pitch, are the loudest in the room, and it's safe to say they're certainly going to be feeling the hangover in the morning. But that is a problem for tomorrow. As of right now, there is nowhere else in the world they'd rather be, but sadly, their festivities are quickly halted as their joy turns to frustration. During a vital part of the match, the broadcast is interrupted by a report of a madman on the streets, but the rest of the report is drowned out as people voice their annoyance and no one pays attention, as they believe it's just the same old story. The police will attempt to arrest the suspect, his fate and crimes will be made public, and everything will return to normal. All they want is for the match to continue. But this isn't the same old story. It's not a clash between law enforcement and the Sicarios, or an arrest of a high-ranking official, as they will learn in just a few short hours. Down the road from the bar is a fine dining Italian restaurant known as Pizzetto's. It's managed to draw in a reasonable crowd of around 40 people, and the atmosphere inside is one of warmth and tranquility. There is a mixed bag of diners tonight, from families coming out for luxurious meals, couples celebrating their anniversaries, and businessmen trying to shake hands on important deals over fine wine. The sound of clinking glasses and soft chatter make for a relaxed setting for this building nestled in the beating heart of the city, but that is soon to change. Waiter Alfonso Guaname has just finished giving a ticket order to the kitchen staff and is enjoying the more peaceful night. After waiting on some other tables, he begins chatting with the other members of staff. He's noticed how some of them seem to be hovering around the bar where the match can be seen playing on a small TV. When he hears the
Okay, I'm back. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's move on to the news section. I'm sure many of you are bored to tears seeing the same old section over and over again. So we're now going to move on to the next part. So, can I grab that and do this? Okay, see, where does this part finish? That's the Viet Cong. Right, yeah, this is the next part. Okay. Need to figure out what it is I need to do here. I'll also get rid of that text because I forgot to get rid of it. Okay.
In this rural village of Colombia, it's the simple life of Rita Delgado and her husband. Looking over the land, he is lost in his thoughts, enjoying the breathtaking sight of the rolling hills. Although their lives are filled with the mediocrity of hard work for very little reward, it's gotten that bit brighter with the birth of their baby boy.
Right, I want to add in some form of baby coo sound effect here. Always try to add some Foley when I can. I'm sure they got... No, that would be bloody dreadful. Fuss. Maybe. What, this one? Sounds like my dog. No, God no. Don't want to scream, don't want to whimper. Okay. Something simple will do. That'll do.
Times will be harder, sure, with the extra mouth to feed, their already tight funds being pushed to the limit, but they don't mind. The opportunity to be a family is too good to pass up for this young couple.
Nah, it doesn't work. It's too quiet, blends in with the music, so I think one of these will work. No, for God's sake. There's got to be one here. Well, if I can't add that, because I feel like adding that in is going to be a bit of a nightmare trying to find something that sounds at least half decent, Probably some form of house ambiance will work. So let's type in house. Sure we can find something. Farm hen house, I'm sure that would... No. Firehouse. House night. No. House interior clock. Oh crap, I read that as interior clock. I was gonna say. No. House creaks. No, he's saying a little bit more. What we got? No, okay. House ambience. Haunted house. No. Have we got anything that's just like a drone? No. God, no. Oh, this one. No. Okay. I'll just listen through it again.
With the birth of their baby boy. Times will be harder, sure, with the extra mouth to feed, their already tight funds being pushed to the limit, but they don't mind. The opportunity to be a family is too good to pass up for this young couple.
Alright, I don't think there's actually anything I can add there. Not without it being a bit hammy. So I might just leave it. Because I presume if I add the outdoor sound effect and I add some form of muffler on it, it'll sound weird. So look. What's it I need? I need a dynamic. Is it dynamic processing I need? I think it's dynamic processing. It's been a while since I've done this. No, it's not dynamic processing, I remember now. It is actually under essential sound. Here we go. Right, we need... Right, need to clear the audio type, put on dialogue. Here we go. Locked in the trunk.
Harder, sure, with the extra mouth to feed, their already tight funds being pushed to the limit, but they...
No. Okay, I'm gonna leave that blank. I don't think anything's gonna work there. We'll just leave it how it is.
It's gotten that bit brighter with the birth of their baby boy. Times will be harder, sure, with the extra mouth to feed, their already tight funds being pushed to the limit, but they don't mind. The opportunity to be a family is too good to pass up for this young couple.
Alright. What would make a good effect here? Another cross dissolve, maybe? Maybe a fade to black. I've already got a...
Good to pass up for this young couple.
Could do a J cut. Or is it an L cut? I can never remember which one's which. Let's get the audio started first, see if this will work. Yeah, I think that might work better. Jesus.
Over the next few years, their son, Campo, is always finding ways to sneak out of the house and release his adventurous spirit by running through the busy fields, getting into mischief with the local farmers. They don't mind the young boy's tenacious spirit. If anything, it's a welcome surprise from the backbreaking work. He's a happy child, no doubt, finding it very easy to make friends, but with such a small village, it's kind of hard not to. Everyone here is more like one big family instead of neighbors.
Right, so from here I kind of stopped talking as if I'm... So I stopped talking in the present tense, and I now just start talking as a narrator. And I've started to do this a little bit more in the recent cases. So I feel like when I do these moments, it'll be better to almost show it visually. Excuse me. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the shot to black and white, almost as if I've stepped back from telling the story. So if I grab this Lumetri color preset I built, put it here, and then we get rid of that one so it doesn't look too dark. Now I think if I do this right across dissolve, I can kind of get a unique effect going.
Dead of neighbors.
Yeah, I like that.
Neighbors.
That works better if I do that one quickly. I think some form of sound effect might work here, so let's open up Epidemic again and see what better sound effects we've got. We want like a one that almost implies I'm stepping back. Nope. God no. That one might do it.
Dead of neighbors. Very little.
Yes, that works. Okay, let's make sure that doesn't peak. Oh, I do need to take some painkillers in a minute because that audio glitch is actually giving me a headache now. Let's see, 12.5.
Very little else is known about Campo's child.
I think maybe making the shot go in reverse as well. It's kind of a shame there's no rain or anything, because I would have thought like the rain going upwards into the sky would be kind of a cool effect to do every so often. So there's a couple of things I've tried with this episode that I think would be quite a stylized thing I can keep going with. See, speed and duration. Reverse speed.
Neighbors. Very little.
Oh god no. I did do this before. I had the shot set up to go forward and then in reverse, but I think
Very little.
yeah, I'll just stick to that for now.
Known about Campo's childhood. He was known to be relatively smart and kind, do very well in school and have quite a wide social circle. But there is one event from his formative years that utterly destroyed his innocence and showed him the true harshness of the world. Now,
Right, this is where it takes another sorry, I just completely brain farted. The atmosphere changes, that's what I'm trying to say. So what I want to do is I want to put a cut here in the music. And I might change the music track as well. But this is basically me putting another hold on what's happening.
years that utterly destroyed his innocence and showed him the true harshness of the world.
So let's extend that across. I always do like to do these long fade outs, so you might have noticed them. So I feel like they're a nice way to not only change the atmosphere, but when I do put my ad breaks in, it's kind of a nice way to stop the adverts breaking the flow. I've seen it on a lot of YouTube videos where if they don't incorporate some form of ad break and it just stops halfway through, it can be really annoying.
Showed him the true harshness of the world.
Right, okay, so that's there. Right, so the next one. Okay, I'm trying to think, how would we... Because I'm currently using the same music track. I feel like for going from one track to the same track, it will not really work.
Now 15 years old, the teenage Campo is coming home after a busy day at school and for
Yes, need to find a different track. I did download a bunch of tracks earlier. Still hoping you'll do a video of the 8 Immortals restaurant's murder that happened in Macau. Oh, that's how you pronounce it. I am going to do that eventually. I have that on my future projects list, which you can find in my Discord. I don't know when I'm going to cover that. I said in my last live stream I'm going to be covering cases that are a bit shorter than my usual ones because they don't really rely too much on heavy background work. And to my current knowledge, 8 Immortals might be one of the more shorter cases, because even though there is some background to it, it's not as extensive as having to delve into the entire background of someone like Campo or Las Delgado or something like that. Let's see, I'm gonna go through my music tracks, see. I really needed to sort this out. Look at this mess. Look at this mess. I don't even know what half of this is. Alright. Okay, let's get some of these tracks I downloaded earlier to see what they sound like. Alright, what's this one? That might work. Yeah, let's try that one out. I think that might work. It's got quite a nice reverb to it. And I think that song can even work as a smash cut. Can do, yes. Ow. Alright. Sort the music out. About minus.
Coming home after a busy day at school, and for all intents and purposes, it's just a regular day. But there's something that's been It's just a regular day. Just a regular day.
Oh, need to cut that forward a little bit more. Thank you very much, buddy. So, always striving to work better and harder on my illustrations. So lately I have been trying to do a little bit more detail and try and get better at doing some environmental work. I did say to someone earlier I am going to be live streaming my studies in the future. But as of right now, I just want to get all of these videos done and out, and that's why I'm live streaming this, so we can have a little bit more interaction and people can actually see I am working and I'm not just sitting on my arse all day.
Purposes, it's just a regular day. But there's something that's been niggling away at him for some time. His father over the past few weeks has isolated himself more and more from the family. His behaviour has always been slightly erratic.
Oh, so this is what I wish I had. This is the biggest issue I have. I end up having these sort of long shots here. And obviously this is very similar, well, it's not similar, it's basically identical to the previous shot of here, except it hasn't got Campo's father in front of it. It hasn't got Campo's father in it anymore. But the biggest problem I have when it comes to doing Beyond the Dark is I'll sit there and I'll see a shot like this and I'll get the right track and I want to edit to the music, so every time, you know, it goes from this note
all intents and purposes,
to then the next note.
But there's something that's been niggling away at him for some time.
I want to add in an extra shot, so I want to sit there and then draw another shot of Campo walking to walking to his home. And I can't do that because if I keep doing that, I'll end up doing that for the entire bloody episode, and there'll be about 300 shots, which would be fantastic to look at in about 5 years' time.
His father over the past few weeks has isolated himself more and more from the family. His behaviour has always been slightly erratic, even cruel at times when his mood is at its lowest point, but considering the hardship...
Oh, can I might be able to cheat the track a little bit, and it will technically be out of time, but to be honest, no one really notices when I do this.
At times when his mood is at its lowest point.
There we go. I love it when I get tracks that do that. Okay, let's get rid of that track, carry this through.
Considering the hardships the man has gone through, working himself to the bone to give Campo a better chance at life and a real education than he ever had, it's just brushed aside. Coming through the back door and walking into the kitchen, he sees his father hunched over the table. He doesn't look up, nor does he acknowledge Campo's presence. Seeing his father frozen is as unsettling as his haggard and unshaven appearance, but Campo steps forward to see if he's okay.
Track's changing tune.
His father violently sits up in his chair with a loaded revolver, places the barrel again.
Hey Desi, thank you very much. And Desi, look, I'm a good boy and I remember to do things. Where are you at? Wait, no, I know you're here somewhere. No. There you are. Okay, so the music track changes in tone. It kind of goes from sad to hopeful when that's not what I really need, considering this is the image coming up. I don't see that as hopeful. So I need to find I can either extend the track through, or okay, let's do the track and have a look.
His chair with a loaded revolver, places the barrel against his temple, and pulls the trigger. The inertia of the movement and discharge of the firearm.
I'm tempted to add a chromatic aberration here to kind of reflect the high ringing noise. I think that might be a good effect. I always want to try and add in these little effects as and where I can.
But also his now traumatized son with his blood.
I don't know if the track kind of works.
Just stands there, frozen. This event utterly breaks his heart, and the obviously traumatic episode haunts him for the rest of his life. For reasons still unclear, he blames his mother for what happened, and whatever loving relationship they had is now replaced with resentment, as Campo now seems to
don't know why that's coming up yet.
teenage years until he
There we go, push that forward.
tries to find himself in a very unlikely place.
Right, it ends on a note that's too high. See if I can. I'm gonna cut the track there. I'm gonna drag over here. I'm gonna see if I can find if it ends on a different note. Oh, Juno, how you doing, buddy? Hello, Juno. Hello, Juno. I'm getting attacked by my dog. Oh, that's a very big yawn. Slightly off topic. That window glow was A+. Oh, I didn't draw that or paint that. That's Blender. That's literally just, what you're seeing there is quite literally a cube that I've just put an emission shader on, and then I've faked the lighting. A little bit of smoke and mirrors there because I'm terrible at lighting and shading, and it's something I need to practice. Okay, I want to end this on a deeper, darker note. Come on, please be a good note to end on. That's a weird note to end a bloody music track on. No, I refuse the compliment. Let's see. Where? I've completely lost where I am. Here I am. Okay.
Just stands there, frozen. This event utterly breaks his heart.
Right, if I bring that in faster, I might be able to match that up with the music. So if I do a very, very quick fade in.
Utterly breaks his heart.
That should look good. Please look good.
This event utterly breaks his
Yes.
heart, and the obviously traumatic episode haunts him for the rest of his life. For reasons still unclear, he blames his mother for what happened, and whatever loving relationship they had is now replaced with resentment, as Campo now seems to drift through his teenage years until he tries to find himself in a very unlikely place.
Alright, what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend this section here so it actually misses that note entirely. I can get a nice fade out. I think that'll work better. There we go, do that. Join through edits.
Very unlikely place.
No, it did sneak through a little bit.
Himself in a very unlikely
Okay, need to get this just right.
place.
Almost. I can hear just the absolute end of a note.
Place.
There we go. And then pull that through. Okay. I'm now moving on to the Vietnam section. So I'm going to grab this. I'm going to pull this across. I'm going to go through and check everything else first before we move on. I want to make sure I've got everything here. I want to make sure it's all good. Okay, start from here. Prepare for audio glitch. Or prepare for the thing to just completely cut out.
Colombia.
There we go.
It's the simple life of Rita Delgado and her husband, Looking over the land, he is lost in his thoughts, enjoying the breathtaking sight of the rolling hills. Although their lives are filled with the mediocrity of hard work for very little reward, it's gotten that bit brighter with the birth of their baby boy. Times will be harder, sure, with the extra mouth to feed, their already tight funds being pushed to the limit, but they don't mind. The opportunity to be a family is too good to pass up for this young couple. Over the next few years, their son, Campo, is always finding ways to sneak out of the house and release his adventurous spirit by running through the busy fields, getting into mischief with the local farmers. They don't mind the young boy's tenacious spirit. If anything, it's a welcome surprise from the backbreaking work. He's a happy child, no doubt, finding it very easy to make friends, but with such a small village, it's kind of hard not to. Everyone here is more like one big family instead of neighbors. Very little else is known about Campo's childhood. He was known to be relatively smart and kind, do very well in school and have quite a wide social circle, but there is one event from his formative years that utterly destroyed his innocence and showed him the true harshness of the world.
Okay, because I've changed the track, I don't need to repeat that part there, so I could actually do this, which should be nice.
Be relatively smart and kind, do very well in school and have quite a wide social circle, but there is one event from his formative years that utterly destroyed his innocence and showed him the true harshness of the world.
Right, so I want to do probably another J cut, or is it an L cut? I can't remember which one's which. Whichever it is, the one I'm going to do. Okay, ow. So I actually want this to start first, then I want the music to kick in, and then maybe have you fade in? Oh yeah, I was going to use that as a smash cut, wasn't I? Yes. Yes, okay. Extend that through. Oh no, I can't extend that. I've got all the... okay. I'll extend this through then, like so. Right. Now we've got to find timing here, which is always fun. Let's see, I'm thinking about 22, so that's a second. It's 2 seconds. Let's try and go for a 1.5 seconds. That might work. I'm gonna do that because that's bloody annoying. Alright, let's mute the muting the narration so I can just have a quick listen to this. Alright, fades out. Yeah, that seems about right. If I get this to fade in here, and I'm actually thinking of getting these, I want to say cicadas, but I don't think they are. I want to get these to fade out during the bit where I step back from telling the story, so I think that'll make it a little bit more surreal. I might add in a low-level drone, actually. I think that'd be quite nice. Oh. Yep, that's timed. Alright, let's get a drone. And then from there we can then start moving on to, I believe we're getting close to the Vietnam section. Alright, sound effects. Let's see. Drone. No. Yeah, needs something a little bit mysterious but not in your face. Excuse me. Om Shinriko Part 2. Bob, Om Shinriko Part 2 is... it's gonna happen and it's not. Basically, what's going to happen is I'm going to reboot the series. And on my Patreon, it was actually I took a poll on what to do as my next Beyond the Dark special, and it was a choice between the North Hollywood Shootout and Om Shinriko Reboot, but sadly North Hollywood Shootout won. But the reason I'm doing a reboot is because I found so much extra information on the cult that a part 2 would have been impossible. I would have had to have backtracked so much to get a part 2. Sorry. I'm tired, so forgive me. I'm probably not making much sense right now. Okay, let me try and put this in ways that I can understand. Part 2 isn't going to happen because I found so much information that I would have to backtrack, and it would have made part 1 redundant. There we go. That I can understand that. I hope that makes sense. So yeah, there will be a reboot of the video, but probably not for some time, I'm afraid. What was the art program you work with again? I'm not going to tell you, Desi. I refuse to tell you. Sketchbook Pro. Did I add this in? Okay. Where am I adding this? I'm adding this here. Part 2, part what? Stop taking the piss. Look, this is why I operate with a script, okay? Right, so that is this the bit where I've stepped back as a narrator? No. Yes. No. What? I'm confused. What is this bit?
Episode haunts him for the rest.
No, that's the ending. Okay, no, we don't want it to the ending, do we? Want it over here. Part 2, Cult Boogaloo. Tell you what, I'll make that as the next title for the video. Alright, so we want this to be a bit of a low rhythmic drone. Think about -8 should do it. If combine that all together, that should have a nice effect.
Very little else is known about Campo's childhood. He was known to be relatively smart and kind, do very well in school, and have quite a wide social circle. But there is one event from his formative.
Isn't it really late in the UK? No, it's only 10 to 9. Does remind me I have to wake my wife up in about 6 minutes because she's having a nap. The Dominoes we had earlier has wiped us both out. I'm very tired. How you doing, Jason, anyway? It's glad to see you again, my Australian mate. Are you still being a bogan? I'm sorry, that was probably a dreadful Australian accent. I need to talk to my mate Tom a lot more. That's how I pick up and learn how to do accents. I just listen to someone and constantly talk to them, and eventually I can just take the piss out of them.
Years that utterly destroyed his innocence and showed him the true harshness of the world.
Oh, Jesus. Thank you very much. I was not expecting that. Sorry, I'm gonna try and pronounce your name, my friend, but I'm probably going to butcher it. Is it aided? Added? I'm so sorry. But thank you very much. You are actually the first person to donate to me on a stream ever. But yes, thank you. Awesome. I feel guilty now. Don't give me money, I feel bad. Yeah. Well, awesome. Thank you very much. Let's see what's Jason say. Yeah, good mate. 7 a.m. Awful impression. But I'll let it slide, Governor. I could do Scottish a lot better, to be totally honest with you. Let's see. Okay. I think the low rhythmic drone is.
Very little else is known about Campo's childhood. He was known to be relatively smart and kind, do very well in school, and have quite a wide social circle. But there is one event from his formative years that utterly destroyed his innocence and showed him the true harshness of the world.
Okay, that section I'm going to say is done. Right, I'm going to move on to the next half. I want to make sure I nail this bit properly. I was going to send you money, but then I heard your culture. You're Australian. I'm sorry, but me and Aussies get a lot. Half of my friends are Australian, and we are used to taking the piss out of each other, Jason. Come on. Come on. Admit it. You know you love me. Okay. Fucking come at me with cultural appropriation. Piss off.
Teenage Campo is coming home after a busy day at school, and for all intents and purposes, it's just a regular day. But there's something that's been niggling away at him for some time. His father over the past few weeks has isolated himself more and more from the family. His behaviour has always been slightly erratic, even cruel at times when his mood is at its lowest point, but considering the hardships the man has gone through, working himself to the bone to give Campo a better chance at life and a real education than he ever had, it's just brushed aside. Coming through the back door and walking into the kitchen, he sees his father hunched over the table. He doesn't look up, nor does he acknowledge Campo's presence. Seeing his father frozen is as unsettling as his haggard and unshaven appearance, but Campo steps forward to see if he's okay. As he gets...
I need to cut that breath out there.
If he's okay.
Oh. But seriously, buddy, thank you so much. I honestly, genuinely do appreciate it. It just blows my mind that I've got a channel to the point where this is now possible to be able to earn just a small little bit of money from it. It's bizarre, and it's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic because I'm so passionate about Beyond the Dark. I'm passionate about my artwork, and you know, everyone I've met doing this channel, because I used to run a gaming channel a few years back, and everyone on the gaming side of things, for the majority, were really impatient, quite demanding, but everyone on Beyond the Dark has been so understanding and incredibly, like, godly, just unbelievably patient with me. And that makes me feel extra guilty when videos don't come out when they're supposed to. I feel like I'm letting everyone down, so I like really hammer home, which is I'm so glad now that I can live stream and sit there and go, look, here you go, you can actually check up on my progress. But once again, thank you, mate. You are absolutely awesome. Goodness knows your work your tail off day and nights. Well, as I say, Desi, you're in my Discord, and what does it say Mr. Blank is doing? Mr. Blank is working on Beyond the Dark, and that never, I think maybe for an hour a day that disappears because I'm either playing Dragon's Dogma for 15 minutes or more likely 45 minutes, and then, you know, stretching my legs for 15. But I love all you people. You're bloody awesome in that regard. Honestly, I wish I had all of your patience. Right, I'm going to be right back. It's now 9 o'clock and I need to wake up my wife. So if you hear me screaming and shout, it's because she's beating me to death with her shoe. Okay, I have returned, and I have been given the direct order that she must have another 45 minutes to an hour to sleep. And by direct order, I said she ought to stay asleep till 10, and she went, yeah. What we got happening? Oh, goodness knows you work. Okay, that's about a reporter. Oh no, he games for an hour. Shame. Yes, such shame. Or we love get up. No big deal, man. Thanks for the cool content you provided. Thank you, Darwin, for being so appreciative. And then added, you're very welcome. No, you're very welcome, sir. Doesn't make me sound pretentious enough. All right, let's get through this section. Let's see. I need to make sure that I get the section where Campo's father, who I did learn the name of the other day, but because I have the brain of a goldfish, I've forgotten it. I'm terrible with names. I need to make sure this scene here is quite hard-hitting, or at least as hard-hitting as I can produce as an amateur.
Shaven appearance, but Campo steps forward to see if he's okay. As he gets within a few feet, his father violently sits up in his chair with a loaded revolver, places the barrel against his temple, and pulls the trigger.
Right, this section is going too slow, that's why it's not working, so I want to go like that. And we want to pull this in.
Against his temple, and pulls the trigger.
Okay, I need to English. I need to make sure I time it. Ah, that's why I've been weird. Okay, yeah, I forgot I split that into a couple of shots, didn't I? Okay, let's pull these two together. There we go. And then should be able to time this just right. Let's get an interesting look.
And pulls the trigger.
Okay, right, that gunshot does sound very weedy. How long is this video? I'm pushing this onto my second monitor to avoid spoilers. In total, it should be in the realms of half an hour. But currently, because I'm planning on releasing it as part 1 and part 2, as I don't like making people wait for so long, it's going to be probably about 16-17 minutes, which I think is a pretty decent length. But in total, it's probably going to be in the realms of probably about 35. At least I'm hoping so. I done a quick check with the word count because I wanted to see how long the actual massacre section would be. Excuse me. And part 1 was sitting at around 14,000 characters. Part 2, and keep in mind it's not finished yet, is sitting at around nearly 16,000. And I still need to do the actual main massacre itself. I've got the draft of that section done, but I need to actually completely finish it. So yes, so I was worried that part 2 would be only like 8 minutes. And I'd be like, oh god, that's gonna annoy people. They're gonna be like, why did you split it then? But no. So yeah, as I said before, part 1 of Pizzetto will come out at the end of October, and hopefully, and I'm going to make sure I can do this, part 1 of Camerata as well, because I believe I have enough footage. I believe I have the script, a good point for me to split that into a part 1 as well. So yes, hopefully you will definitely get 2 videos at the end of October. If not, I will be very angry with myself, but we will see what happens. Right, okay, let me just go through this section. Make sure it's all there.
Years old, the teenage Campo is coming.
Pizzetto sounds very Italian. It's the name of the restaurant. It was Italian fine dining restaurant.
Home after a busy day at school, and for all intents and purposes, it's just a regular day. But there's something that's been niggling away at him for some time. His father over the past few weeks has isolated himself more and more from the family. His behaviour has always been slightly erratic, even cruel at times when his mood is at its lowest point. But considering the hardships the man has gone through, working himself to the bone to give Campo a better chance at life and a real education than he ever had, it's just brushed aside. Coming through the back door and walking into the kitchen, he sees his father hunched over the table. He doesn't look up, nor does he acknowledge Campo's presence. Seeing his father frozen is as unsettling as his haggard and unshaven appearance, but Campo steps forward to see if he's okay. As he gets within a few feet, his father violently sits up in his chair with a loaded revolver, places the barrel against his temple, and pulls the trigger.
That sounds really weedy. Can I give that a little bit more of?
Trigger.
That Let me see. It might be because my volume is a bit low. Let's see if I put this up to what are we on? I don't remember 40. I don't know. That gunshot sounds really bleh. That is an actual revolver sound effect. I might cheat and give that maybe something like a Desert Eagle or something. So we'll see, because that sounds really crap. He doesn't shoot himself 3 times in the head. I mean, that'd be an amazing feat. Or twice. No, it's still a bit near. There, kind of. It's beefy enough. But I really want something that real crunching sound effect. Oh, that might do it. This is a 357. Despite the fact I think his father probably used a 32 or 38. But I don't like the reverb. It's got something. No, okay. Let's see. What this? No, again. There's got to be something here. It's a little bit more. All right, let me just type in pistol and see what we can find. Pistol. Don't want a Nerf gun. Handgun. Does it state if any of these are single shots? There we go, single shot. The gun enthusiasts will be ashamed. Yeah, I'm sure there will be someone out there. Oh, I keep hitting my mic. I'm sure there'll be someone out there who watches the video and goes, actually, I think you will find that's from, a Python instead of this, or this. I usually steal my audio clips from 90s video games. Oh, fair. Fair enough. I quite like that one. That one's kind of got enough meat I'm looking for, and that's a 45 caliber. Yeah, 45 rounds are pretty chunky, so that'd be about right. I doubt John Romero would be upset if I borrowed audio from Daikatana. I don't think anyone would be upset if you borrowed anything from Daikatana. Oh, I like that one. Okay. But again, these are clearly being shot down range instead of on a, in a interior space. Christ, try saying that 3 times fast. Oh, that's the one I'm looking for. Okay, so I'm gonna lower that because that's gonna be bloody loud otherwise. What's the trigger? Why does it sound great in the web browser? I put it in Premiere Pro and it sounds really, really dampened. Is it a multi-band compressor? Alright, so if I put it on the non-compressed audio section. That it sounds what the hell? What about the source? No, even the source sounds weaselly. I don't know. What if I double it up? No, it sounds really crap. For God's sake. Probably got to try add some reverb to one of these. Let's try that one. Oh, that one might do it. Oh, excuse me, I'm very burpy. Smack that DV. I don't want to go into the plus, because if I go too loud, obviously it will start to distort. Expectations, yeah, very much. There we go. That's the sound effect I was looking for. It's like when I done the Ubam Kun episode. I can't remember what rifle I used in the end, because the actual rifle he used, it didn't really have that much punch in the sound effect department. So I think I went for something completely different. That was like a much higher caliber. Wilhelm screen after Dad. Okay, I just got what you mean. Hang on then. Just for shits and giggles, just for the live stream. Oh god, this is gonna be dark. Wilhelm. Oh god, hang on. Okay, so are you talking about something like this?
His temple and pulls the trigger.
Okay, I need to stop that. That's really morbid. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Ah, that's made me cry. Oh, that really tickled me, that didn't. No, I can't. If I keep that. Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck. Oh, you know that's gonna be clipped. Oh, a bit of gallows humour stops me feeling depressed about these cases. I put that in a blooper. Do you know what? This live stream's being saved, so sure. There'll probably be someone out there who says I'm being offensive or not very respectful. Oh, God, that tickled me. Okay. I'm sorry, I got to hear it again. I'm sorry. It's just the serious tone of everything.
Few feet. His father violently sits up in his chair with a loaded revolver, places the barrel against his temple, and pulls the trigger.
Oh my god. Oh fuck. Of course James turns up, right? Oh. Oh god, that is dark. Okay, no more of that. Oh god, I haven't laughed like that in a long time. Oh, I'm actually crying. Oh. Oh god, I started wheezing. Okay. Alright, okay, where were we? I'm gonna blame that one. I'm gonna blame you for that one, Jason. Oh, well, that's going in the blooper room. Oh, sorry, yeah, my apologies. Sorry about that, help. Oh, God. Right, what was I? Okay.
Its mood is at its lowest point.
Plays the Why So Serious audio clip right before. No, no more. I think I was pushing my luck with that.
But considering the hardships the man has gone through, working himself to the bone to give Campo a better chance at life and a real education than he ever had, it's just brushed aside. Coming through the back door and walking into the kitchen, he sees his father hunched over the table. He doesn't look up, nor does he acknowledge Campo's presence. Seeing his father frozen is as unsettling as his haggard and unshaven appearance. Campo steps forward to see if he's okay. As he gets within a few feet, his father violently sits up in his chair with a loaded revolver, places the barrel against his temple, and pulls the trigger.
Oh god, I need to get that in my head. This is now me. It basically is right. Okay, well, apart from the glorious version, it could be. It's going fine. It's looking fine. I think I need to just dip the audio here so it doesn't go too loud. Screw you, Jason. You've made me really want to put that in. Right, okay. I think I want to add in a Oh god, everything's loosened up in my nose now. Alright, I think I want to add in like a chair creak or something, as if you can hear the dad as he sits up. Alright, let's see, wood chair creak. That sounds odd. No. That's not a computer chair. I mean, you can almost hear mine. You have to hit it at the right angle. Oh yeah, of course, as soon as I want it to happen, it doesn't bloody happen. To be fair, he would have done it, or he would have just completely shut down. Oh, there you go, you can hear it. There it is. That's a computer chair. Need some bloody WD-40 on it. Wicker chair. No. God, no. Chair stand up. That one might be the one I'm looking for. That's just a really subtle fart. Okay, we want this one here. God bless this chat, you Aussies make me... Yeah. This is why I have a deep love for Australians. They never fail to make me crack. So to be fair, he would have screamed like the absolute but for some reason it fits so well. It did, it was like perfect. It was just perfectly timed. Oh god. And of course Ellie had to come in as soon as... I mean, when did you turn up, Elle? Did you literally turn up right as the scream happened? Or just before? Because, oh god. Okay, yeah, it's the sound effect we need. Alright, so I need it just before, and then that should be a good...
His father.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, excuse me, I'm gonna do something a little bit disgusting here. Laughing loosened my nose up.
His father violent.
Okay, I need to adjust that sound. Oh, I need another cigarette in a minute.
His father violently.
About 20 seconds before.
Sits up in his chair with a revolver.
I won't lie. I'm so glad that that's been recorded. I'm really happy that's been recorded.
Places the barrel against his temple and pulls the trigger. The inertia of the movement.
Right, I want a... Needs to be an episode of this, but filled with cartoon sound. God, no, yeah, that's fine until it gets to the actual massacre. Imagine what would happen to my channel and me then. Can you imagine? Slapstick comedy over a goddamn tragic event. Admittedly, a lot of people would laugh, but it would be in very poor taste. Oh god. No, that does remind me, I did actually for a while wanted to do something like, just for a real laugh, on like April Fools or anything like that. Read a story like The Hungry Caterpillar, but read it in like a really dark tone and draw like really disturbing artwork that's quite surreal. Just for real shits and giggles. Okay, the squeaky hammer one. For God's sake. Oh no, please, you guys have got to stop. You got to stop. I shouldn't be finding this funny. Oh god. I'm not.
And pulls the trigger.
I need to put a slight break between them.
The inertia of the movement and discharge.
And then make sure that happens sooner.
Pulls the trigger.
And then I also want to make sure I add in the chromatic. I'm either thinking chromatic aberration or from black and white to back to colour. That might be a good one. Oh, excuse me. Oh god, I'm very burpy right now. Right, what if I do black and white and then back to color, but with slight chromatic aberration. That might give the impression what I'm trying to, well, what I'm trying to perceive anyway. There is. All right, there we go. What's this?
And pulls the trigger.
Okay, I don't like how that happens. So what if we do a... Because the cross dissolve, when you do these two effects, you extend it far enough, you kind of get a unique blur effect. You can make a video, one of the shittiest creepypasta stories online, and make it see. I've actually been tempted there because there's a site called Crappy Pastas, and they're all the worst ones ever written to enjoy your own amusement. The classic Jeff the Killer's on there and stuff like that, and I love the idea of trying to read them in a super serious tone. Without breaking, but I know for a fact I wouldn't be able to do it because I've read some of them and they're bloody awful. Anyone else think a drinking game's, oh God's sake, I should be able to. Anyone else think a drinking game stream would be fun? Every breath we hear, take a drink. Well, you're gonna die from some form of alcohol poisoning, so all you hear is I do try to limit that, I'm sorry. What was that one from Call Me Kevin? Something about Sonic the Hedgehog or Squidward suicide?
The inertia of the movement and discharge of the...
I think this is nearly there.
The inertia of the movement and discharge of the firearm coats the kitchen walls, but also his now traumatized son with his blood. Campo just stands there.
Right, okay, that bit's done. Right, last part, and then I can move on from this section. Otherwise, this is going to get a lot worse. Right, okay, so I want to go from a chromatic aberration to back to normal. What if I do a chromatic distortion and then I lower it down to being normal? So if we go for about 5.
The inertia of the movement and discharge of the firearm coats the kitchen walls, but...
Then we lower it down to a 0. I shall take that back to normal. And then if we also add a cut, and then get rid of, obviously, the aberration and the black and white filter. What am I looking for? And then cross dissolve.
But also his now trauma.
There we go.
But also his now trauma. But also his now traumatized son with his blood. Campo just stands there, frozen. This event.
Right, I think that is done. I'm going to go through this section and then I think we can move on to Vietnam. Holy shit, I shouldn't have unplugged my headphones. My birds are flipping out right now. Smack the birds.
Teenage Campo is coming home after a busy day at school, and for all intents and purposes, it's just a regular day. But there's something that's been niggling away at him for some time. His father over the past few weeks has isolated himself more and more from the family. His behavior has always been slightly erratic, even cruel at times when his mood is at its lowest point. But considering the hardships the man has gone through, working himself to the bone to give Campo a better chance at life and a real education than he ever had, it's just brushed aside. Coming through the back door and walking into the kitchen, he sees his father hunched over the table. He doesn't look up, nor does he acknowledge Campo's presence. Seeing his father frozen is as unsettling as his haggard and unshaven appearance, but Campo steps forward to see if he's okay. As he gets within a few feet, his father violently sits up in his chair with a loaded revolver, places the barrel against his temple, and pulls the trigger. The inertia of the movement and discharge of the firearm coats the kitchen walls, but also his now traumatized son with his blood. Campo just stands there, frozen.
See you later, buddy. Thank you so much for joining us, and once again, thank you for your donation. I really appreciate it. Hope you have a good night, my friend.
The kitchen walls, but also his now traumatized son with his blood. Campo just stands there.
I want to make sure I've got this aberration section sorted. I don't like how slow that happens, so I'm going to call that in a little bit. A little bit more. There we go, that's what I wanted.
The inertia of the movement and discharge of the firearm coats the kitchen walls, but also his now traumatized son with his blood. Campo just stands there, frozen. This event utterly breaks his heart, and the obviously traumatic episode haunts him for the rest of his life. For reasons still unclear, he blames his mother for what happened, and whatever loving relationship they had is now replaced with resentment, as Campo now seems to drift through his teenage years until he tries to find himself in a very unlikely place.
Okay. Zooming into the screen is all black. The son wakes up in a carriage. Oh, good. It's not an M. Night Shyamalan film. All right. Okay. That is, how long is that section? That is 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Alright, awesome. Right, what I'm going to do, I am going to have a quick ciggy break. I wouldn't have needed one, but a certain Australian made me do something very silly, and now my my lungs are yearning for nicotine. Alright, I will be right back once more. Okay, I'm back. That's a lot better. Right, there we go. I presume the breathing sounds aren't as bad. I've actually pushed the microphone further back. I did realise I was practically on top of the damn thing. Let's see. Let me just pull the comments back up. Farron. This is great to see. Been missing your uploads. Hope everything is going well. Thank you so much, Farron. I've read that right. Yeah, Farron. I thought I said Faven for a second there. Yeah, everything is going well. The reason there's been a lack of uploads was I was trying to work on 3 at once, and I I quickly realised that that wasn't a smart thing to do. But no, it's all going well, and you shall be getting something out by the end of October, 100% guaranteed. Alright, okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to play through this section, and while I'm playing through it, going to add in the transitions, and it's done. Oh, why can't I hear anything? Wait a minute, that's not good. What is not good? D&D night is cancelled, which means more time to listen to the stream. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you get to hang around, Desi. It means you get to take the mick out of me for even longer.
In this rural village of Columbia, it's the simple life of Rita Delgado and her husband. Looking over the land, he is lost in his thoughts, enjoying the breathtaking sight of the rolling hills. Although their lives are filled with the mediocrity of hard work for very little reward, it's gotten that bit brighter with the birth of their baby boy. Times will be harder, sure, with the extra mouth to feed, their already tight funds being pushed to the limit, but they don't mind. The opportunity to be a family is too good to pass up for this young couple. Over the next few years, their son, Campo, is always finding ways to sneak out of the house and release his adventurous spirit by running through the busy fields, getting into mischief with the local farmers. They don't mind the young boy's tenacious spirit. If anything, it's a welcome surprise from the backbreaking work. He's a happy child, no doubt, finding it very easy to make friends, but with such a small village, it's kind of hard not to. Everyone here is more like one big family instead of neighbours. Very little else is known about Campo's childhood. He was known to be relatively smart and kind, do very well in school and have quite a wide social circle. But there is one event from his formative years that utterly destroyed his innocence and showed him the true harshness of the world.
Nope.
Campo is coming. He is
What is? Wait, is his name? Wait, is it? Yeah, it's his name is Campo Elias Delgado. Obviously, this event took place in Colombia. I don't know how popular that name is. I've never heard it before.
years old. The teenage Campo is coming home.
Name is legit country. Yeah.
For all intents and purposes, it's just a regular day. But there's something that's been niggling away at him for some time. His father over the past few weeks has isolated himself more and more from the family. His behaviour has always been slightly erratic, even cruel at times when his mood is at its lowest point, but considering the hardships the man has gone through, working himself to the bone to give Campo a better chance at life and a real education than he ever had, it's just brushed aside. Coming through the back door and walking into the kitchen, he sees his father hunched over the table. He doesn't look up, nor does he acknowledge Campo's presence. Seeing his father frozen is as unsettling as his haggard and unshaven appearance, but Campo steps forward to see if he's okay. As he gets within a few feet, his father violently sits up in his chair with a loaded revolver, places the barrel against his temple, and pulls the trigger. The inertia of the movement and discharge of the firearm coats the kitchen walls, but also his now traumatized son with his blood. Campo just stands there, frozen. This event utterly breaks his heart, and the obviously traumatic episode haunts him for the rest of his life. For reasons still unclear,
Shut up, Jason.
What happened, and whatever loving relationship they had is now replaced with resentment, as Campo now seems to drift through his teenage years until he tries to find himself in a very unlikely place.
Okay, now I think, to be honest, I don't need to add anything else to that apart from just doing a few little tweaks here and there. So I'm going to move on to the next section. My heart will go on, really. Really. Oh god. I would do it, but I think I might get flagged if I do that. Okay, see. Sweet. You lot are awful. You're bloody awful. It's funny, but it's awful. For God's sake. Surprised no one suggested bang bang, he shot me down.
They've been stomping through the jungle for hours. Hours beneath the canopy that promises a reprieve, but only darkness remains in the evening sun. Hours in the humid heat with the sour...
No, I need to make sure, is that coming in at the right time, or do I need to start that earlier? I need to start that earlier. What you say? Oh, I know I'm awful, okay? I just have to vocalize it, because otherwise I'm the one who can get in trouble. Ellie, shut up. Fuck. No, you didn't know. You're not gonna keep making me laugh on that. It's terrible. Oh, I should not be able to picture that. Right after the shooting, camera freezes and the sun starts narrating you. Stop. Oh fuck. I never should have done that. If I get flagged because of this. God's sake.
Been stomping through the jungle for hours. Hours beneath the canopy that promises a reprieve, but only darkness remains in the evening sun. Hours in the humid heat with the sour sweat running down their backs, feeling like they're being hunted, as with each snapping twig and rustle of leaves causes their shoulders to tense. For somewhere in the miles of merging trees, they feel eyes watching them. The platoon pushes on with tentative steps, always alert for the smallest sign of the enemy, until an hour later, with the weather changing in the blink of an eye, they finally make it to their target, a small Viet Cong outpost. Campo stops the platoon, and from the tree line they can't see any movement.
I want a thunder crash here. I think that'll add a nice smash cut. Yeah, that's the one we want.
A small Viet Cong outpost. Campo stops the platoon. Campo stops the platoon, and from the tree line they can't see any movement. Something is wrong. Even the usual sounds of the jungle seem somehow muted. They decide to move into the outpost with an uneasy feeling encompassing them as they search each building for any signs of life, but their efforts bear no fruit. Some of the platoon use this moment to relax and take cover from the pouring rain, all while keeping their eyes peeled, but sadly they don't realize that their every move has been watched from afar. Deep in the jungle, a group of Viet Cong have been waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
The match
the soldiers searching their outposts as they were on their way back from their own mission. An ambush by luck. Raising their rifles, they take aim, and the tree line lights up with gunfire.
Alright, let's see if I can find a Kalashnikov sound effect. I should be able to. What, Paint It Black or Fortunate Son by Creedence Clearwater Revival. That'd be a good one. Let's see. We'll type in Kalashnikov, but I think this will be. There you go. Yeah, let's go for that. And then something. Let's see, we want something a bit basic to a degree. Scooby-Doo theme tune. Oh god, that's awful. No. That's a bit better. No. Mm-mm. They're using AK, so there needs to be some Russian hard bass. The bloody Friends theme tune. That might be what I'm looking for, so a little bit bassy there. Okay, let's try. Actually, I need to find another one similar to that, but with more rounds being fired. I could just combine it, but the problem is it can get a bit messy if I try it that way. I'm trying to think, what's a heavy rifle compared to an AK? Because an AK's got a very distinct sound. I'm trying to think, so if I just type in automatic rifle, see what comes up. Assault rifle. Oh, Jesus, that's loud. Oh, that is what I'm looking for, but it needs to be repeated. Jesus Christ. M4? Yeah, I think, yeah, this is an M4, yeah. This is an M4A1. Yeah, I definitely think I'll go for something like the M4, because it's got that real terrifying sound I'm looking for. But I need the one with a long burst instead of just a series. So, there you go, series of bursts, maybe this will come up. No, need one with... That will do. I can loop that one. Alright, let's add this one in. Now it goes on for a little while, so I'll have to find the first shot. Now when's the first shot? The first shot is there. It was only off by a few rounds, but that's fine. Beyond the meme. Yeah, this part of this live stream definitely has been that, that's for damn sure. But I ain't gonna lie, that was that was very welcome. I was not expecting to crack that hard. I don't know why it tickled me. I know it's probably been asked a ton, but who does the art? I do. I do the art, the editing, the narration, the script writing, the research. I would do the music as well. I am a... Well, I do play the guitar, but not very well, and I can sing. But yeah, no, apart from the sound effects and the music, I do everything else. That's why the videos take so bloody long to come out. I need to make sure, I'm also going to turn that down because that's probably bloody loud in your ears. Oh, I think I managed to loop that just right where you can't tell. Yes, I did. Right, now what I want to do is I want to go from bullets being fired to bullets whizzing past. Let's see. Yes, I get everyone to freelance. Oh. You know that feeling when you want to burp, but you just can't? I've got that going on right now. And it is hurting my chest. Whatever that, I'm having a heart attack. Hey, that'll make for an interesting one, wouldn't it? Final episode of Beyond the Dark is me talking about my own death. Or someone talking about my own death. Don't know how the hell I talk about my own death. Right, okay, so...
They spotted the soldiers searching their outposts as they were...
I didn't steal it. Stop it! I'll tell you what, if you want to start making up random stuff as as stupid as, go right ahead. To be honest, I would love it if my comment section was full of, if someone asked who does the art and you made up some guy called Gary and you just started gaslighting people so hard, that wouldn't bother me. In fact, I'd find that hysterical. I'm gonna be doing that on the other channel when it ends up coming out, so...
They were on their way back from their own mission. An ambush by luck. Raising their rifles, they take...
Oh yeah, I got that other sound effect I wanted to add, haven't I? This one. Yeah, Jason does the art, yeah. I pay him with my premium OnlyFans subscription.
Take aim, and the tree line lights up with gunfire.
I want to make that a little bit louder.
Lights up with gunfire.
Here's for that. Thank you very much, Desi. I really appreciate it, my love. Bloody awesome. 42. Oh, this is weird. 2 donations. That's weird. It is genuinely weird. It's odd. I don't like it, but I like it. Thank you, Desi. You're bloody awesome. Right, okay, let's see. I think the gun works, but I think it needs some reverb or something. I'm really not sure. No, let's see, what's the time? 10 to 10. Right, I'm gonna go and attempt to wake up my wife in 10 minutes. Let's see, so if I add some reverb onto this, will it... to be fair, this is when I thought BTD was a Chinese beauty. If I knew I was getting a British guy, I would have charged him. Fuck off. Alright, large reflective room. How does it sound? I've seen this one. Yeah, that sounds a lot better. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Right, okay, let me put that down to about there. Put it on 7. Okay, that's... You win some, you lose some. Right, so... This one here, so minus 3.4 and 7. Minus 3.4 and then 7. That should give me exactly what I'm looking for.
We've got...
Thank you so much, Killsword. I really do appreciate it, buddy. I really do appreciate it. I'm gonna make sure that you get the uncut version of Pizzetto as soon as I possibly can. I will also make sure to add your name to the credits. Let me just quickly check my Patreon now just to see what you've put yourself down under, and I will actually add you right now, in fact, just so I don't forget. See, where are the credits? These are the credits. I think these are the credits. No, these aren't the credits. Would you rather because obviously I've got your name here. Would you rather I put you down as Killblade or Killsword, or would you rather I put your actual name or the name you provided there? I lost both my art and got nothing but pictures of scones and pints. Alright, let's see if I can do this. Killsword is fine. Alright, I'll add you in now then, my friend. There you go. What we'll do is we will divide that in half. Thrill House. Alright, okay, I'm gonna put you in there. And then I do that, and then do that. Yeah, that's good timing on there. Okay, so which one is the duplicate? Okay, it's this one here. Okay. There we go. And then we'll line that up like so. And then I shall get that back in with the crossers. That should mean everyone's got same time in the credits, at least I hope so anyway. Because what you do actually already have access to a uncut episode already. The Alnwick Vampire has an uncut episode that you can check on my Patreon. Let me just double check to make sure it's easy to find and I haven't made it all awkward. I believe it's completely easy to find. Yes, if you go to the top, and I believe you should see one there that says Patreon exclusives. It's got one post, and you'll have the Alnwick Vampire uncut episode there, which is the entire thing in one long video along with bloopers and a few uncut scenes as well. Pizzetto is actually going to have a lot of uncut scenes, not as much as Richard Chase. I'm sure the Richard Chase episode, when that's finally in its glory, will have probably about an extra 20 minutes worth of content. But yes, thank you very much for becoming a patron. I really do appreciate it, buddy. Alright, let me just make sure this is all timed in. And that one goes on for a little bit longer, so I can actually extend these out so everyone's got a nice same amount of time. I will get your Patreon, but I've got toaster waffles to buy. Do you accept Steam games instead of Patrons? I've got a spare copy of Bad Rats. What the hell is Bad Rats? No. You completely flummoxed me there. I genuinely didn't know what to say. Okay, yeah, I did originally was going to make them white, but to be honest, looking back on it, and I even checked the Richard Chase one earlier, it was a little bit too hard to read, and I've also stuck to the new font that I use. So this way everyone's got a much easier time to read. I'm trying to make sure everyone gets, excuse me, around the same amount of time in the credits, because it's only fair. Right, he's still extended a little more, so I'm just gonna bolster yours, Desi, and I'm gonna bolster managers across. I'm gonna reduce ashes a little, and that should mean Killsword should have everything all lined up. It's bad. It's got rats. What more do you want? I'll give you 3 Maltesers and a pickled egg to be in the credits. How about, Ellie, quid pro quo? You could become a Patreon and I become a subscription to you. Europe trying to increase tourist travel during the 14th. It's very bloody specific, Farron. Bad Rats show is a psychic. Psychic. I'm dyslexic. I'm so sorry. Hello, Juno. You attacking me, buddy? Bad Rats show is a physics puzzle where the rats exact their bloody revenge against the main enemies, the cats. Solve puzzles in the 2D and 3D. I think I've seen that. I feel like I have seen that game. It might have been, because I used to watch Funhouse quite a lot. I think they may have played it. I could be wrong, but I'm sure that's where I've seen it. Right, okay, I'm just going to quickly check the titles and then I'm going to go wake up the missus because my dog is currently attacking me, telling me it's time to get mother up. It's time to get your mum up. Don't worry, you're attacking me. Alright, that's looking good. Right, I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to go and wake up the wife. Okay, I've returned. See, let me get rid of the text on screen. I'm so glad I learned how to use Streamlabs OBS. I mean, it's not difficult. It was just a 12-minute tutorial, and I was like, oh, it's a piece of piss. But I was really hesitant on using it to begin with. See what we got. Anything happened while I buggered off? Sleeping Beauty needs the awakening. That sounds like a euphemism. Did I just mute my thing again? Oh, have I muted my mic? Oh, I was, sorry, there's a mic mute button on my headphones, but it's attached to the awful microphone attached to the headphones. Get up, love, it's time for brekkie and scones. Or scones. I say scones, which is the posh way of saying it. And my wife laughs at me because I can't, every time I say it, I go posh. I say scones instead of scones. My roommate says he's fighting angry tree people. Guys, wish him luck. Good luck, I guess. Sure. Scones. Scones for the bones. Alright. I believe, sorry. There we go. I need to try and stop doing things like that into the microphone. Okay, we're in the Vietnam section, and we just finished adding in the gun sound effects. I need bullets whizzing past. That's what I was going to go hunting for. But how is everyone doing right now? Hope everyone is doing well. Bullets dropped. Box of bullets, bullet shells, bullets impact. That doesn't sound like bullets impacting. Shells, no, we need something a little bit more interesting. Numb flashbacks. Bullet impact. I'm looking for like a bullet ricochet, I guess. I guess that's kind of what I'm looking for. I don't know what exactly I would type here to look for what it is I'm looking for. I'm going to bounce. Feel free to add me to credits. I'd send you money, but Australia doesn't have currency. We trade beer. Thank you very much, Jason. I'm so glad you've been here again, buddy. You're an absolute riot here. Catch you later, mate. Have a good one. What would it be that, I mean, if I type, oh god, I got to try and spell, oh god, ricochet? Help me. There we go. Hello to all. Hello, Gabriel. Maybe bullet impact. Maybe. Yeah, I think it's like this. This is kind of what I'm looking for, but not as cartoony, of course. Definitely not that. I'm sure all of you can hear the sound effect I want. It's the sound of a bullet whizzing past your head. But trying to type in the word for what that would be, I'm probably going to be here all bloody night. Oh, what's this? Yeah, that's exactly what I want. No, because again, these are impacts. These aren't what I'm looking for. See, slowed down. It basically has turned into a western. What the bloody hell was that? Cthulhu has just been arisen. Right, none of these are what I need. Okay, I guess it would be a whoosh sound effect technically, wouldn't it? Because it's just flying by and it's not actually impacting. So I guess it would be this, and I guess it would be a metal, maybe a metal whoosh. It's a weird sentence. It can be any of these. I can speed these up in Premiere Pro. But it needs to be kind of sharp. No. No. Definitely not. Maybe wind whoosh. Maybe wind whoosh. So it just needs a little bit of a sharp one, doesn't it? No, it's too reverby. Jesus Christ, that was ear piercing. So the problem is, I've got to use like 50 of these. Alright, not 50, but a good amount of these to imply the bullet's going past. Again, this isn't a James Wan movie. Too fire sounding. Maybe if I sped that up. A boing sound effect. Alright, so if I speed this up by maybe 50%, which should naturally increase the pitch. No, sorry, I slowed that down by 50%. 150, there we go. No, I think it's there. No, now it sounds like someone's hitting something with a wooden spoon. Alright, if I try and shorten these down, so airy maybe. I don't feel like I'm on the right category for these. It's definitely going to be probably something under the firearms. Maybe mechanical, but I'm not sure. Obviously it's gore, but it would be under that. Flying saucer take off noises. No, mate. Oh no, it's got these ones. No, these are all the same as before, just going from one headphone to the other. Yeah, no, it's definitely not under that tab. It's definitely going to be some form of firearm. Fast. No. No. For God's sake. If I just type in bullet flyby, I'm sure there'll be something. Oh, I think that was it. There it is. And obviously if I group these together and time them, I should be able to, and probably add a little bit of reverb, I should be able to get it perfect. It was all about finding the right words. Obviously I can add in some impact sounds as well to try and create some form of audio landscape. Right, where are we? We are here. No, we are further on back. We are... No, we are further on back. We're here. Okay. Alright, let's bang in a few of these. Let's see, and then I can just duplicate.
It's whizzing past their head, whizzing past
Alright, that's one.
Past their heads filling the past their heads filling.
That one's really quiet, but that's fine. That could be used as like a background one. And then maybe this one.
Bullets whizzing past their heads filling.
Okay, that's 3. I want to try and get most of these in. So what did I go? I got number 7, number 3, and number 2. So we want number 1. Alright, number 1 seems to be one of the more prominent ones we want. Just some dude saying "nyum," but very softly. "Nyum."
Bullets whizzing past their heads filling.
There we go. Now if we speed up their
Bullets whizzing past.
flow.
Bullets whizzing past. Bullets whizzing past their head.
Let me stop my voice constantly playing, so otherwise I get really annoying. Okay, now what I'll do is I'm going to check the 2 audio channels like that, and I'm going to copy and paste. Oh no, what happened there? I choose the wrong one. Like that, and I'm actually going to add an extra channel. There we go. Now if I start to play around with the sequencing. Just updated to support. Sorry, was on a work call and kills was just fine. Don't know. Yeah, no, you're on there, my friend. Here you go. I will show you. Thank you so much for upgrading. I say you really didn't have to. It's but I'm not gonna deny. Thank you. Here you go. You are definitely already on here. I made sure. There you are. Oh, hang on. There you are. Already put you in, my friend, so I didn't forget. Thank you so much, by the way. So this should now. Yes, I can hear that now. Obviously, I want to get some bullet impacts in there at some point. I want to make sure I don't overuse the more prominent sound effects. You should hide silly Easter eggs in the video and make people look at them. Oh, I mean, well, I don't know. I mean, do you mean something along the lines of, oh, I don't know. You mean maybe Campo using the Necronomicon, right? To teaching? I've already been doing it, Desi. What do you take me for? He was teaching he was teaching Claudia English by using Robert Louis Stevenson's A Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and he also was talking about Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Why not add in the Necronomicon as, you know, one of my favourite authors, just for shits and giggles on an innocent scene? I thought, why not? There may be a couple of Lovecraft Easter eggs in the past few videos, to be honest. I need to stop doing that. I don't know why I keep adding them in. It's just fun, just little things. Let's see. I've completely lost where I am. Nah, the worst. I try not to add them in too much because obviously I am dealing with a serious subject matter. But on the same hand, I feel like I want to be able to add in my influences in some small way, or at least people that I respect. And obviously, not make them too distracting. Just tiny little things you could notice. I think in that way they're kind of fun, and it also breaks, in some ways, breaks away from looking at a really depressing story. Okay, let's get in a few of those. Ah, yes, the shooter actually worships Cthulhu. That makes complete sense. Right, okay, now I just need to start this timeline about... Let's see, when does the light actually come on? About there. Okay, so if I add it just before... And then copy, paste... Oh, no, try it again. Copy... Paste. Thankfully this is in a broken audio sequence, so you can't really tell it's looping. Not sure if you usually stream, but catching Sorry, I've completely brain farted, but catching part of this was a pleasant surprise. There we go. Got to head out, but thanks for the laughs, and we'll catch your new vid soon. Thank you so much for joining, Farron. I'm really glad you joined. I'm going to be streaming a lot more than usual, so please feel free to join in and chat anytime. I hope you have a good day. The shooter is actually watching the live stream. Well, yeah, I don't think a little bit of humour is so bad. Some people use humour to deal with a bad situation, and that's how they go. Well, yeah, I mean, firefighters do it all the time. I mean, some of the stuff, I mean, let's be honest, if you're a firefighter and you've just gone to a bad call and you've seen some horrific things happen to, like, you know, someone really young, like been fused to the bed or something awful, dark humour is definitely going to help in that situation. If not about them specifically, then, you know, I don't know. Some people find gallows humor too far, and it can be too far. Gallows humor is definitely a risky thing, but as a coping mechanism and not done as a edgy humor, because there is a huge difference between gallows humor and edgy humor, then I completely understand. But in regards to what's happened earlier, that in some ways was gallows humor, but more just dumb. That was just dumb. Oh, firefighters making Among Us jokes on the way back. Right, you could kind of tell that was looping because of the sequence, but if I add in a few, I don't know if I add in a few, all I've literally got to do is just go plonk, plonk. Just do this, break up the sequence ever so slightly, because the brain is very good at detecting patterns, and you don't want that, especially not with audio, unless you're trying to go for a pattern, of course. Okay, well, the first lot do loop, but that's fine. It's almost like it the same sound over and over again. It is. But as I say, it's not a sound effect you're supposed to be paying attention to. So what I'm now going to do here is I'm going to add in the gunfire over the top of it, but the gunfire is going to be reverbed and muffled, and that should completely break the sequence up, so you shouldn't be able to tell. I hope. But then my narration is going to be over the top of that, so it should be fine. It should be fine. If not, I'll just go cry in a corner. Alright. Okay. Right, I do need to actually take my dog to the toilet in 10 minutes. I know I've been up and down the past hour, but it's that time of night where you've got to get everything done before everyone starts settling down. So I'm still going to keep editing here, but as soon as it hits 10:30, which is in 10 minutes, I will end up English, please. I will get up, take my doggo for a walk, and then I will carry on. I probably won't just stop the stream because, you know, there's no point stopping it for like 15 minutes and then starting up a new one. So I'll probably go on an extended break while we do that. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, but I'll remember. Ellie, you probably remember everything, my dear.
Under bullets whizzing past their heads, filling the immense.
Oh god, that sounded really weird there. Sound effect. Oh, that's why it's being weird. I've completely confused myself. There we go. No, what am I doing? No, this needs to be a sound effect, and this needs to be a sound effect. There we go. Right, heavy reverb. So what was it? 7. And let's put this at probably about -12. Don't even remember the killer's name, just remember it's Spanish for countryside. Is that what it is? Actually Spanish for countryside? I didn't even look up the meaning of it.
of bullets whizzing past their heads, feeling the immense heat they produce as they're inches away from their faces.
Okay, that's almost there. Just need to...
Faces causes momentary panic. Campo and his units drop to the floor, scrambling for cover before...
Alright, that sounds were getting a bit ridiculous there in the end.
They produce as they're
No joke, Campo is Spanish for countryside. Fair, I did not know that.
inches away from their faces causes momentary panic. Their heads feeling the immense heat they produce.
Okay,
inches away from
that won't work there. Okay, what we're going to do, we will reverb this instead, because adding in the, excuse me, gunfire there just does not work. Reverb, heavy
the
reverb.
sound of bullets whizzing past their heads, feeling the immense heat they produce as
So we want these to be subtle, but not so subtle you can barely bloody hear them.
they're inches away from their faces.
Like that. I mean, I've just added heavy reverb, like really heavy reverb to them, but you can't even hear them.
Momentary panic. Campo and his
Okay, let's make it about 5.
units drop to the floor, scrambling for cover before returning fire. The sound of bullets whizzing past their heads, feeling the immense heat.
Alright, let's turn them down a little bit, and I think maybe... Oh, I don't know what's going on there, but I don't want to screw with that. Okay, I think maybe just adding in a low drone might just be the best option here. I knew this scene was going to be a tricky one to do audio-wise.
They produce
But because this is kind of... I've kind of... people who've watched my channel before, you know, I call this section the dark room, which is where it's literally just a jet black background on with a spotlight. So I kind of like to make things kind of surreal here, so I make like the audio kind of distorted and really reverby. So I think a drone effect might work here. Like some form of dro? Yeah, something like this. A little bit of reverb. See, ethereal. Oh. Drone modulation. How long does one video take? Depends entirely on the video. Typically, on a really good one, I can get it out in a month. But I've been trying to work on 3 videos at once. That's why it's taken me 3 months to release one. But yeah, I would say at a good estimate, a month and a half to get everything done. All depends on the case and how long the case is and how difficult the case is, to be totally honest. But no, I'd say a month and a half. Need something pretty dark. Yeah, I need something with that real... No, I don't like that. That's too high pitch. I think this one's quite, I don't know, quite tense. I'll download that one. I've always loved ambient drone effects. I've always loved them. I don't know why they actually genuinely make my body tense. I think it's because they kind of remind me of the Alien franchise. Oh, I like that one. That one's got a real nice sound to it. Respect. Thank you. Yeah, no, they take a while. Give that Dark Air 1 a go. Yeah, I think I will. See, it was called Drone Haunting. Let's try number 1 first. Let's see, we want to knock these 2 up. Like so. Oh, I don't want that to cut into the audio there. If I get rid of that one, I can just go click. Is this number 1? This should be number 1. Yeah, Drone Haunting. Oh, don't want to screw this up. There we go. Alright, so we want this to come in just before the clip starts. I'm not going to touch it with reverb or anything to begin with, just see how it sounds by itself.
Sound of bullets whizzing past their heads, feeling the immense heat they produce as they're inches away from their faces.
No.
Momentary.
Doesn't mix with the music, that one. It's a bit too low. Or this one.
Panic. Campo and
that one. Yeah, that one's in the same sort of, I guess, hertz range.
The sound of
I'm talking out my arse there. Don't quote me on that. I don't know if that actually means anything, but I think that's what I mean.
bullets whizzing past their heads, feeling the immense heat they produce as they're inches away from their faces.
Yeah, that gives that feeling I'm looking for.
Drop to the floor, scrambling for cover before returning fire. Both sides.
Yeah, that definitely helps hide the looping sound effect as well. Kind of helps soothe the brain in that regard. Right, okay. It's 27 minutes past 10. So I need to get myself ready to take my dog for a walk. So if you are going to not be here in 15 minutes when I actually get back, I'm going to keep the stream going. I'm not actually going to disappear anywhere. But if you're not here when I get back, then thank you so much for sticking with me. And of course, to all those lovely people that donated, thank you so bloody much. I genuinely cannot thank you enough. It was an absolute shock. And yes, I will see you all in 15 minutes, maybe a little bit longer because it might be wet outside and my dog likes to run through puddles and chase pigeons. I'll catch you all in a moment. I will probably leave some music going for you though, just in case, so you don't have to stare at a blank screen. Okay, I'm back. Oh, here's the music stopped. Let's start getting everything here sorted. You can probably hear my dog having water in the background. Alright. Okay. Let me just make sure this is ready to be set up. There we go. Alright, let's get my headphones on. Oh. Okay, how long was that? Yeah, it was about 15 minutes, give or take an extra 5 as soon as I got in. Checking everything is here. Oh, got another person who joined my Discord. Just quickly gonna welcome them to the server. Alright. Sorry the music stopped. I thought it was going to carry on. 1 second. There we go. Let's see. Welcome back. Back to business. You a gamer, Mr. Blank? I wouldn't say gamer. I play. No, I guess so. Yeah, I play games as and when I can. I've recently been playing through Dragon's Dogma: Dark Arisen. I haven't actually beat the DLC, the Bitter Black Isle, before. Despite the fact I absolutely adore Dragon's Dogma. So yeah, I've been playing through that recently. Before that, what was I playing before that? I was playing through Assassin's Creed Odyssey for a little bit. I have recently been going through The Evil Within, but that is for a different project that I will get into during the Q&A. He was out of the closet and then got back in. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I guess me and Ellie have played enough games for me to be classed. Okay, let me put it this way: I am a gamer, just not a very good one. I'm bloody awful at games. But no, yeah, no, I do play games as and when I can. For a while, I did fall out of love with them, but then it was games like Resident Evil 2 Remake and Metro Exodus that actually made me fall back in love with it again. So I'm much more for the single-player, story-driven experience than things like what are the current ones now that are really popular? I don't know. Anything Battle Royale or MMO, I can't really play. They just bore the hell out of me. Let's see, right. Sorry my voice is a little croaky. I do actually need to get myself some water because I've been talking now for God knows how long. How long have I been live for? Let me have a see. Stream OBS will tell me. I've been live for 3.5 hours and I've been talking relatively non-stop, so I'm going to quickly grab myself a glass of water. Okay, got myself some water, and Mrs. Blank is now behind me. She's going to watch some TV, but I believe we're just going to I'm just going to have a quick listen on my end, make sure it's not too loud. Sorry, you're going to hear a double echo. It's going to be a bit odd. See what we got. Have you met any mainstream gamers, Blank? They're all terrible at games. Hold on 1 sec. See what we got. Have you met any mainstream gamers, Blank? They're all terrible at games. Hold on 1 sec. Have you met any? No, it doesn't come through the microphone. You're good. Yes. My wife was concerned the TV would be picked up in the microphone, but apart from a little snippet, I doubt you'll get anything. Right, so if you're looking for a multiplayer game, might I recommend Hunt Showdown? The game is crazy, fun, and fits a really dark genre of your chat. I've actually been tempted to play Hunt Showdown before, but I never actually got around to it. I wouldn't play games necessarily on this channel, because obviously this channel is more for true crime or whatever else. But I will potentially play things around Halloween just for a laugh. I have been tempted to do it this Halloween with something like Resident Evil Village or Alien Isolation, but I'm not sure yet. That's better. Sorry, my voice is really croaky right now. Right, okay, let's have a see what we got. I'm going to go through the Vietnam section from the beginning just to make sure we've got everything ready. Oh god, that would be real funny. Blank, let's play. Oh, what you mean? Hunt Showdown. I haven't actually got it, Ellie, sadly. Otherwise, I would play it, but I haven't got it.
They've been stomping through the jungle for hours. Hours beneath the canopy that promises a reprieve, but only darkness remains in the evening sun. Hours in the humid heat with the sour sweat running down their backs, feeling like they're being hunted, as with each snapping twig and rustle of leaves causes their shoulders to tense. For somewhere in the miles of merging trees, they feel eyes watching them. The platoon pushes on with tentative steps, always alert for the smallest sign of the enemy, until an hour later, with the weather changing in the blink of an eye, they finally make it to their target. A small Viet Cong outpost. Campo stops the platoon, and from the tree line they can't see any movement. Something is wrong. Even the usual sounds of the jungle seem somehow muted. They decide to move into the outpost with an uneasy feeling encompassing them as they search each building for any signs of life, but their efforts bear no fruit. Some of the platoon use this moment to relax and take cover from the pouring rain, all while keeping their eyes peeled.
Am I the no, you're not the only one hearing it. That white noise flicker is a glitch in Premiere Pro. I've explained this to a few people before. Sadly, what ends up happening is when I add a compressor, equalizer, dynamic processing, all that lovely stuff that makes my voice more prominent in the videos, in Premiere Pro during the editing phase, so when you scrub through the timeline, it causes the narration to do that really bad audio glitch, because effectively what it's doing is it's turning on all the effects every time it hits the clip, and it causes a really horrible noise. That's why you probably heard me say audio glitch coming up or something like that. Keep in mind I've got this blaring into my headphones. It's actually given me a headache a few times, so I am sorry about that. If you need me to turn down the desktop audio, just say and I'll turn it down.
But sadly, they don't realize that their every move has been watched from afar. Deep in the jungle, a group of Viet Cong have been waiting for the perfect moment to strike. They spotted the soldiers searching their outposts as they were on their way back from their own mission. An ambush by luck. Raising their rifles, they take aim, and the tree line lights up with gunfire.
Right, that's a little bit too loud there, so let's turn that down. See what's that on. 9, das ist gut. Let's see, that's on 3.4, right, let's turn those down to a little bit more. Mr. Atomic Shadow, also known as Mr. Manager. I just want to show you, sir, because I always do this just so everyone knows I am fulfilling my obligations and that I love you all very much. I just got to find the bloody intro, where is it? So there's the latest Patreon. There you go, sir. Your name is there. Okay. Top of the evening, Mr. Blank. Top of the evening, Mr. Manager. Let's see. Well, with more evening. It's now 11 o'clock at night. Let's see. Where'd that half an hour go? Okay. Anyway, gotta go call my boyfriend. Catch you later. See you later, Ali. Thank you so much for joining. Oh, Premiere Pro is having a tantrum. There we go. There we go. Sorry about that. Premiere Pro is having a bit of a tantrum. It's because I've been editing for a while, so it does slow down. Everything's fine? Yeah, everything's fine. Okay, so I was turning down the gun sound effects just to make sure they weren't blaring people's ears off. Just to let you know, Mr. Manager, as you're watching, if you do hear a really loud crackle, that is because Premiere Pro is glitching with my audio on my narration segment. That's only in the edit, not in the actual video itself when it's released. It's something I sadly cannot fix during the edit. So this is sound effect and this is dialogue, so I need to just change one of these to sound effect. Okay, sound effect, reverb. Oh god, reverb 7. Been back-to-back work meetings all day. This is much needed respite. Well, you should have checked in earlier. You would have probably ended up laughing along with us. Something very ridiculous happened while during one scene, all thanks to a certain Australian that turned up and asked me to put in a Wilhelm scream at a very specific moment in the edit, and it broke me. I genuinely could not stop laughing. I don't know when. You probably could find it if you went back through the live stream, but I couldn't tell you exactly when it was. But it was definitely a definitely a moment, that's for sure. Alright, that needs to be lower to probably about 9 because we're dealing with quite a strong sound effect. It needs to be even lower than that, probably 13. Okay.
The sound of bullets whizzing.
Alright, we want that sound effect to actually ease out, otherwise it will get too strong.
The sound of bullets whizzing past their heads, filling.
Alright, I want that drone to kick in sooner.
The sound of bullets whizzing past their heads, feeling the immense heat they produce as they're inches away from their faces, causes momentary panic. Campo and his units drop to the floor, scrambling for cover before returning fire.
Okay, now we want a grenade blast. Sound effects. See, grenade. No, I want something a little bit chunkier. What's chunkier? Let's we just go for an explosion instead of grenade. Nope. No. Yeah, I can add a bit of reverb onto that and probably slow it down by about 50%. Okay. So this is very reminiscent of a scene I done on Ubab and Kun. I wanted to recreate a certain scene I done from there with when U threw the grenade. I was happy. It's 11 o'clock and I'm getting a bit tired, sorry. I was very happy with a certain slow-mo shot I done there. So I'm going to try to recreate something a bit similar to that. Speed duration, let's slow this down by about 50% and we should get an interesting reverb effect. This is an explosion, which are traditionally very loud.
For cover before returning. Cover before returning fire. Both sides emptying round after round, but in the end, the small Viet Cong.
Okay, this maybe do 80%.
Before returning fire. Both sides.
Okay, now a little trick I like to do with the audio is I like to reverse it as a lead up into the main sound effect. So by doing this, you get almost an implosion and explosion. Oh no, that didn't really work, did it? Maybe if I do this with a lot less reverb.
But its
Yeah, that will work. I just need to play around with the decibel level. Alright, let's go through like so.
Campo and his units dropped to the floor, scrambling for cover before returning fire.
Yeah, that works. Alright, let's make sure it's not too loud. So how is everyone doing tonight? Is everyone doing well?
For cover before returning fire. For cover before returning fire. For cover before returning fire. Both sides emptying round after round, but in the end, the small Viet Cong group is defeated. But it's taken its toll.
There we go. Excuse me. I think I can now go back into the normal sound effects. This one.
It's toll.
Excuse me, one sec. I need to clear my throat. There we go. That's better. Alright, so now I need to get the rain effects back in. After that, I don't think there is much else I can really add to this scene, because we're about to go into another section where I become the narrator instead of the storyteller. So I'm actually going to cut the rain. Actually, no, you can see the rain through here. I don't know if I should cut it off or not. Good. I'm glad you're doing well, Desi. What about you, Mr. Manager? Are you doing well? And Killsword? And so I know Ellie's left now. Who else is here? Let's see. I know one of the viewers is technically me because I've got this live stream up on my other monitor. And then we've got Mr. Manager. That makes two of us. Then that's Desi, Killsword, and someone else here. Who else is here? I know there's someone else here.
But it's taken its toll. Campo stands covered in the blood of his fallen comrades. At least this is the story he would tell. In later years, known to
Okay. Right, I think this is getting close to be... Yeah, it's definitely getting close to being pre-rendered. It's payday tomorrow. I'm great. Fair enough. Let's see. Do you want to quickly check how I'm doing analytics-wise? Because I want to make sure that I'm not hemorrhaging, because I've been doing these live streams lately and I've been losing a few subs. I mean, nothing drastic. I'm not actually hemorrhaging. If I was, then I'd be genuinely concerned. It's more, I've been losing some here and there. It makes me sad, because I always wonder why. Yeah, no, I have been losing some. Oh well. Not much I can do about that.
Acquaintances would state Campo was a member of the United States Special Forces known as the Green Berets, while others claimed that he was an electronics engineer who served in the Parachute Squadron. But according to the archives, he served in the US military between August 12, 1975 to...
I'm going to cut out the rain here.
Who served in the Parachute Squadron, but according to the archives, he served in the US military between August 12, 1975 to August 11, 1978, making it the respectable rank of Sergeant First Class in his short career. However, what makes these dates so interesting is that the United States pulled its last remaining soldiers out of Vietnam on April 30th, 1970.
You need fair weather subsidy. No, I can, English. I can understand, I guess. I mean, if it's you know, I have asked people to wait basically 3 months for an upload, which is ridiculous on my part. I don't know if it's because they see the live streams and they think, oh, you know, I'm miles away or what, but whatever it is, you know, it's their decision. I really just like, okay. I would have loved to have known why, but that's the bane of it, isn't it? Let's say that video's coming out soon, so any that I do lose, I'm sure I can just make straight back. We'll see. We got still doing great. Yeah, no, the channel's doing completely fine. To be honest, it's not like I've lost hundreds or anything like that. I've literally lost, I think, at worst 20 or maybe 25. But it's just like, whatever. Okay. Let's see. So I think what I want to do is I'm going to pre-render up to. I'm going to pre-render up to Vietnam. Just in case you hear. No, it's alright. Yeah. The wife was concerned because she's about to put a bin bag in the bin and she doesn't want to interrupt the mic. Okay, I'm just going to pre-render through the early years, which is just before the Vietnam section. This shouldn't take too long, but if it does, then it does. Nah, to be honest, it shouldn't take very long at all. But I do have to wait here because I can't actually edit while it pre-renders. So if you have any questions, any burning questions you wish to ask, or any opinions on any cases, or if there's any cases you want to send me for me to take a very quick look at, now is actually a perfect time because I can literally do nothing until this gets through, but it's going through pretty quickly. But yeah, so tell me about any cases, tell me how your days are going, tell me your favorite vegetable. No, anything. I'll never leave. Please don't start calling me daddy. Please don't start calling me. Please don't call me that. Don't dare. Don't you start calling me daddy either. Let's see. 7,000. Did you get to look through the one I posted a few days ago? Oh, was that the... sorry, let me pull it up. I do have my Discord open as well. Mysteries of the National Park in Canada. Excuse me. Alright, I'm gonna have to zoom in because I've got this open on my second monitor. Let's see. Let's have a look. Right, okay. I'm probably going to butcher the pronunciation, but here we go. Nahanni National Park Reserve. Actually, I could probably bring this over here, can't I? There you go. Read it with me. Alright, Nahanni National Park Reserve in the Decho region of Northwest Territories, Canada, again, sorry for the pronunciation, is around 300 miles west of Yellowknife and is 11,000 square miles in area. Part of the Mackenzie Mountains resides within and the South Nahanni River. Okay, I'm sure it's trying to tell me how to pronounce it, is at the center. It was named a national park in 1976 and a World Heritage Site in 1978. The park is surrounded by huge peaks and features geysers, sinkholes, deep canyons, caves, gorges, and beautiful untouched forests. Within these stunning vistas lies Virginia Falls, I'm tired. A 96 meter or 315 feet high waterfall, twice as high as the Niagara Falls. Sorry, I've got the chat closed. The area is true wilderness and has largely been explored, as it is accessible only by air, water, or a long overland journey by foot over several days. Nahani is from the language of the indigenous Dene people that have inhabited the region for thousands of years and means the people over there. Okay, it's kind of a funny one. In reference to a tribe and mountain dwelling people known as the Nahai, or Nahe, or I don't know. They were once known to raid lowland settlements before mysteriously vanishing. There is speculation that they may have been ancestors of the modern day Navajo people. There we go. Over the years, there have been many mystery stories that emerged from the area. Names parks such as Dead Man Valley, Headless Creek, Headless Range, and Funeral Range relate to these stories and legends. Right, okay, the Valley of the Headless Men, the McLeod brothers, and the Lost McLeod Mine. Let's see. There are a couple of sources. Yeah, I saw the couple of sources there. The First Nation people, through oral history, speak of an unknown evil lurking within the spectacular 200-mile gorge, also called the Valley of the Headless Men, and most avoid the area. The name comes from a series of unexplained incidents in the gorge during the gold rush of the earlier 20th century. Two brothers, Willie and Frank McLeod, left in 1906 in an attempt to reach the Klondike, there we go, I knew that word, Klondike and the Yukon through the these are words I am not used to saying. Attempt to reach the Klondike and the Yukon through Nahani. Christ, that was a mouthful. Nothing was heard from them for the next 2 years, but there were rumours of them finding a gigantic gold mine. Since then, the Lost McLeod mine has become legendary, and many have lost their lives trying to find it at the park. I think I've heard of that. That sounds familiar. In 1908, another gold prospect next expedition found two bodies tied to a tree. Lovely. Later identified as the McLeod brothers, both of which had been decapitated. The brothers were found by Charlie McLeod, another brother, and he buried the headless men, planting a cross to mark their graves. There were 7 witnesses when the grave was dug, all members of the search party. Before the murders, a few trappers and hunters in the area say they saw a third man with the McLeods. Whether it was a third man who cut the heads off the McLeods is unknown. There was speculation claiming that the mysterious third man was seen trading gold at several Hudson Bay trading ports. The McLeods, I'm probably saying this wrong, but probably McLeods. Any new cases you're currently looking at? I'd love to get some backstory before watching the new vids. I do have quite a few on my Discord under my future projects list. I'll give you a list of kind of the shorter ones I'm actually going to be looking at next year in a second. Yeah, let me just skip through this quickly. See, okay. Excuse me. Okay, that one's quite interesting about the plane. So I know you mentioned, Desi, about the people that were found with the scorch marks as well. It does seem interesting. The problem is covering something like that because there are a lot of unknowns. I don't mind covering folklore and anything of that category really, but the problem is I much prefer having really strong accounts of it. So the Anwick, as I pronounced it, vampire was quite fun to do because there was quite a large, not only oral history of it, but written history as well. And I could really delve into that case. And where that one does have a lot of interesting points and quite a lot of factors to it, the only one there that really did spike my curiosity was probably the man with the plane. where he couldn't be found. That was quite interesting. I didn't really care about the gold prospecting my part. So yeah, I'll keep an eye on it, but I can't promise much on that one, sadly. Let's see, right, any new cases? Yeah, so when it comes to the other cases I'm going to be looking at, sorry, 1 second, need to clear my throat again. There we go. All right, so yeah, sorry, the cases I'm going to be looking at, there are quite a few short cases I'm going to be trying to bring out next year, which are going to be around about 10 to maybe 15 minutes long, at best. They are the, I'm probably going to butcher some of the pronunciation, but I'll do my best. The Taipei metro attack, which followed a young man who ended up boarding a train and waiting until there was a 4-minute tunnel before pulling out a knife and attacking the passengers. What ended up happening was the passengers ended up fighting back with whatever they had on hand, so umbrellas, suitcases, briefcases, whatever they had, for that full 4 minutes to survive. Very, very interesting, very violent, kind of a more screwed up version of the Daegu fire, I guess. Very little background information on the attacker himself. He was kind of a introvert. Obviously the media tried to blame him playing violent video games as the main source. There is also 2 attacks I found very recently, 2 mass killers who were women, which is rare. I was trying very hard and have been trying very hard to find a female mass shooter, and I managed to find a couple. And this isn't the woman classic one that most people come across, which is I can't remember her name, but she was famous for saying "I hate Mondays," which is obviously a Garfield quote. But this one was, sorry, 2 of them were done by both these women had schizophrenia, which is a, as I mentioned in the last stream, horrible mental illness. And they ended up, one of them was a postal worker, and lack of a better word, she went postal. And then the other one was I can't remember if she had a job at the time, but she ended up, what made the case interesting to me, she ended up shaving her head before buying a rifle, and then she went to a mall. And that one piqued my interest. It was the act of her effectively going to war with the world. It was quite an interesting one, I found. Both of these women didn't necessarily have the highest count, quote unquote, but their stories were unique enough for me to decide to do them. Other than that, there was a guy who ended up, I can't remember the name of it, but it was a Russian submarine, and he ended up being, I can't remember the correct military term for it, but lack of a better word, punished and confined to a cell in the submarine. He ended up killing his guard with a chisel before taking the Kalashnikov. Keep in mind, this was a military nuclear submarine. Thankfully, didn't have any nuclear bombs on it, or nuclear warheads, sorry, but it did still have the reactor. And he ended up going, well, completely insane inside the very, very small confines. I couldn't imagine how loud that rifle would have been in such a confined space. But I believe he killed 7 people inside the submarine before the Spetsnaz went in. That's one I'm going to cover as well. Let's see. Court martial. Yeah, thank you. I knew you'd know it, Mr. Manager. Let's see. Here you go. Let me pull up my future projects. There you go. Look, I can bring this over. Here you go. So this is my Discord, and I have quite a lot here. So all the ones I've mentioned recently. So yeah, that's the woman there. So Sylvia Segrist, she's the one who ended up shaving her head. Have you looked into Hinterkaifeck? Isn't that, I think that might be the one that I looked at today. Isn't that the one about the German house where the maid believed the place was haunted because they kept hearing strange noises in the attic, and all the people were killed with it was more of a pickaxe than an actual axe, and 3 of the bodies were found in the barn. Is that the one you're talking about, Desi? because I think that's the one I actually was looking up today, and it actually interested me because it was actually really creepy. Like there was someone living in the attic of this house, came out of nowhere, and they killed the family. Oh yeah, this one here, Catherine Dempsey Scotch. I want to say that is, or Scotch. I want to say Scotch. She was a woman who she lost her child 4 months before Christmas, and on Christmas Day she ended up killing her brother and all the people in the house. That's kind of an interesting one. This will be a very short case, but the time period, the 1930s, a few events leading up to the actual killing itself. That one I found quite interesting. See, who's this one? Leo Held. See, I've got quite a few here. Oh yeah, West Side School shooting. This one was actually done in an Amish school. Guy ended up taking a bunch of hostages and barricading himself in with actual planks and stuff like that. That was West Nickel Mine School. That's what I'm thinking of. West Side School was actually committed by 2 adolescents. So as you can see here, one of them was 13 and the other one was 11. That one, obviously, Jesus Christ. Yes. So I've got quite a few here, and by quite a few, I mean it just goes on and on and on and on. I have enough cases here for a lifetime, but I'm always on the lookout for ones that will fascinate me. Oh yeah, Tiananmen Yang, the famous Tiananmen Square shooter. I will be covering him in the shorter cases. William Uneck has been requested quite a lot. See, honestly, there is an insane amount here. See, but yeah, when it comes to the German one, sorry, I've forgotten the name of it. See, I'm not even gonna try and pronounce it again. I actually think I might cover that one just because it is so odd. Oh, lovely bit of water. So yeah, there is a lot of cases here. I literally just, what I normally end up doing is, I always end up keeping them here, even though there have been cases that have sat on this tab for a long time. Half the time I'll literally just scroll through it when I've got no more cases to cover, and I'll just go, right, that one, and that one. Sometimes cases do get removed from here because I will look at it again and go, actually no, there is nothing here I'm interested in. But every so often I'll find something that really tickles my interest. So yeah, let's see, any other questions? Are car salespeople as unethical, self-important and disagreeable in the UK as they are in the States? You don't really hear about them in the same way. I mean, they can be. No, you don't really hear about them as to the same extent. There was another German one that involved a family cult, but I can't find it anywhere. Give me a little bit more detail. I think I know what you're talking about. I think I might know what you're talking about. It's me, I probably do know. This is my life. Right, okay, so... Oh, I think that actually... Yeah, I actually rendered more than I actually planned to there. Right, let me just quickly stop that. Which one of these villains/criminals scares you the most? And also, it was like the son deemed a prophet, and the father and son decided the females in the family needed to be killed to get into heaven. Okay, no, that doesn't ring any bells, but that does sound quite interesting. If you find it, please let me know. That actually does sound quite interesting. Which of these villains criminals scares you the most? From the ones I've covered, I think we spoke about this before, but Richard Chase, for definite. Mainly because with Richard Chase, he was entirely unpredictable. He had really, even though he was sexually motivated for the most part, he had no issues with taking anyone out if you were in his way. And because he wasn't, you know, not just because of his illness, but because of everything else as well, you know, the drugs he was on, you just couldn't tell what he wanted at the time. So if he decided he was hungry and you were in his way, he would have done anything to get through you. So yeah, definitely Richard Chase I was the one I'd find most unsettling and terrifying. But the same hand, if I had the opportunity to be in a safe environment to talk to him, I would not pass it up, because that man's mind I find fascinating. Same with Campo Elias Delgado. I find him quite unsettling because, well, when it came to the actual restaurant massacre itself, it seemed like he needed some Dutch courage to actually do it. But then when you look at literally just a few hours prior, during the apartment massacre, he seemed to do it completely stone cold sober, which is obviously terrifying. But then with the actual restaurant itself, the waiters noticed he went to the bathroom, I think it was something around 7 times, and this was before actually taking a few cocktails and, you know, drinking himself into a bit of a stupor. So I don't know if he was going into the bathroom to psych himself up, or just he was a bit paranoid and he was checking his firearm, or what. But Campo I would have found quite unsettling as well, because here you had a man who was trained, at least to some extent. We don't know entirely his military background. Maybe he was in the Green Berets, maybe he wasn't, we still don't know. But either way, this man was deadly and calculated. If this man wanted you dead, you were dead. Simple as that. Even the people that were wounded were lucky, and I mean lucky, to get out alive. But with that being said, I'm going to take a quick cigarette break, and then we are going to watch through all this section, all the way up to the Vietnam section, or at least the beginning of it. I'm going to be taking notes, and I'm going to see if this section is completely done. If this section is completely done, then I can then move on and finish up the Vietnam section. And then I'm going to do all I can to finish up this last section here. And this last section here, ladies and gentlemen, is actually the end of the video. I know we've got all this section here, but this is actually technically for part 2. I don't think I can do it tonight. I would like to, but I don't think I will. So if I can at least get 2/3 of it done tonight, I can then finish the last third tomorrow, get it scheduled, and then by next weekend, you will 100% have this ready for you. But then all next week, I will be working on the Camerata episode, part 1. So if all goes to plan, hopefully you can get 2 episodes before October is out. But yeah, I will be right back. I'm going to have a smoke break. Okay, I'm back. I've also got some painkillers because I do have a headache from the audio that kept popping, but that was bound to happen. Let's see. Natural, what's this about? This is me live streaming the editing process of the upcoming episode of Pizzetto Massacre that shall be releasing next weekend. You found it. Oh, you found it, Desi. Send it onto my Discord. I will definitely have to take a look at that. Murder at the Hands of the Prophet. Thank you very much. I'll definitely have to read that. Oh, Mailbites wants to update, but that can go away. Okay, let me just take some, paracetamol. Or Anodin, I can't remember. That's better. There wasn't a lot on it, but I posted it on Massive. What I'll do is I'll give that a read a little later, and then I will, if it sparks my interest, which I'm sure it will, if it gets really, I love it when they get really odd and bizarre, but it's a cult, they normally do get odd and bizarre rather quickly, and I'm sure I'll be able to track down some more info. Right, okay, I've dallied about a bit too much. Alright, so we're going to play through this section here. What's this section? Right, let's play through from the intro. That way we get a good start. Actually, what do you want? Do you want the intro, or do you want me to play through from the very beginning? You tell me what you want to see. From the intro? Okie dokie. And the intro is right here. Alright. I should be able to put this into full quality now, no problem. Is this Campos? Hello? Is this Campo Lifestyle got it? Yeah, this is Campo Lifestyle got it. Right, okay, so I'll play it from the intro. I presume you meant by the intro the actual channel intro, or did you mean from the very beginning of the video? Sorry, I know I'm probably being a bit pedantic with that. Beginning, yeah, okay. I wasn't too sure. When I say intro, I mean the intro where it shows my channel name. Okay. Right. There shouldn't be any glitches, or if they are, they should be very minute. Okay. Natural, I think this is the first time you've been here in the stream. If you hear a loud audio pop, that is a glitch in Premiere Pro that I cannot fix due to a bunch of effects I've put on my narration. I'm sorry about that. It won't obviously be like that in the actual video. It's just in the editing timeline. All right, here we go.
Winter night on the busy streets of Bogota, the people of this proud capital are coming out in droves to enjoy the city's nightlife as the bars and clubs throw open their doors for the events to come. But tonight is a special occasion for the usual partygoers. Through the haze of cigarette smoke and the mixing sounds of cheering and disappointment, the football game that has most of the country's attention is drawing in the masses as many of the patrons in this small bar order round after round and sit with bated breath, hoping Colombia will be the victors of tonight's match. It's turning into a great evening out for those who need a break from their usual 9 to 5, but it's also a temporary escape to get their minds off of the current conflict and constant deluge of reports of extreme violence tearing the country and its people apart. All courtesy of the Medellin and Cali cartels. There are a few overindulgers tonight, attempting to drink their body weight in spirits and lager. Their raucous cheers, laughter and criticisms of the players, claiming they themselves would be better on the pitch, are the loudest in the room, and it's safe to say they're certainly going to be feeling the hangover in the morning. But that is a problem for tomorrow. As of right now, there is nowhere else in the world they'd rather be, but sadly, their festivities are quickly halted as their joy turns to frustration. During a vital part of the match, the broadcast is interrupted by a report of a madman on the streets, but the rest of the report is drowned out as people voice their annoyance and no one pays attention, as they believe it's just the same old story. The police will attempt to arrest the suspect, his fate and crimes will be made public, and everything will return to normal. All they want is for the match to continue. But this isn't the same old story. It's not a clash between law enforcement and the Sicarios, or an arrest of a high-ranking official, as they will learn in just a few short hours. Down the road from the bar is a fine dining Italian restaurant known as Pizzetto's. It's managed to draw in a reasonable crowd of around 40 people, and the atmosphere inside is one of warmth and tranquility. There is a mixed bag of diners tonight, from families coming out for luxurious meals, couples celebrating their anniversaries, and businessmen trying to shake hands on important deals over fine wine. The sound of clinking glasses and soft chatter make for a relaxed setting for this building nestled in the beating heart of the city, but that is soon to change. Waiter Alfonso Guaname has just finished giving a ticket order to the kitchen staff.
Obviously there isn't any scenes here just yet.
After waiting on some other tables, he begins chatting with the other members of staff. He's noticed how some of them seem to be hovering around the bar where the match can be seen playing on a small TV, when he hears the usual sound of the restaurant door open. He's surprised. The man who has just walked in hasn't been to Pizzetto's in over a year. The elegant grey suit, briefcase, as well as the man's stature make him look quite refined, and the sanguine look he wears causes Alfonso to approach the gentleman with an unconscious smile. After some small talk, the waiter guides him through to the seating area to what used to be his usual spot at table number 5. Sitting down, the man orders a rather expensive meal consisting of spaghetti bolognese and a Colombian brand cola from their menu, but he also requests if tonight, instead of sitting at his usual spot, if it is possible he can be moved closer to the bar. Alfonso, wanting to make sure all of his patrons are happy and seeing how the restaurant isn't exactly overflowing with customers, he allows the man to move to table number 20. The man takes his seat, placing the black executive briefcase beside the chair, and with a calm demeanor thanks Alfonso. After making sure the man has ordered everything he wants, the waiter comments how good it is to see him again, and walks away to hand in the order.
Yeah, as I say, the loud glitching, that the really loud white noise, that's Premiere Pro itself, not the actual video. There is a couple of audio tweaks I do want to do throughout the edit, but it's definitely getting there. Just have a quick check. Yeah, okay. Alright. There's probably going to be another loud audio crackles as the narration kicks back in here.
Alfonso
yeah, there it is.
40 other diners don't know this, but the man currently sitting at table number 20 has already taken the lives of at least 8 people, and is currently carrying a .32 caliber revolver and 500 rounds of ammunition in his briefcase. In the next few hours, he will leave the bathroom and turn this tranquil atmosphere into one of utter horror, and change their lives forever. His name is Campo Elias Delgado, and he will forever be known as the man who committed the Pizzetto massacre. village of Columbia, it's the simple life for Rita Delgado and her husband. Looking over the land, he is lost in his thoughts, enjoying the breathtaking sight of the rolling hills. Although their lives are filled with the mediocrity of hard work for very little reward, it's gotten that bit brighter with the birth of their baby boy. Times will be harder, sure, with the extra mouth to feed, their already tight funds being pushed to the limit, but they don't mind. The opportunity to be a family is too good to pass up for this young couple. Over the next few years, their son, Campo, is always finding ways to sneak out of the house and release his adventurous spirit by running through the busy fields, getting into mischief with the local farmers. They don't mind the young boy's tenacious spirit. If anything, it's a welcome surprise from the backbreaking work. He's a happy child, no doubt, finding it very easy to make friends, but with such a small village, it's kind of hard not to. Everyone here is more like one big family instead of neighbors. Very little else is known about Campo's childhood. He was known to be relatively smart and kind, do very well in school and have quite a wide social circle. But there is one event from his formative years that utterly destroyed his innocence and showed him the true harshness of the world. The teenage Campo is coming home after a busy day at school, and for all intents and purposes, it's just a regular day. But there's something that's been niggling away at him for some time. His father over the past few weeks has isolated himself more and more from the family. His behavior has always been slightly erratic, even cruel at times when his mood is at its lowest point, but considering the hardships the man has gone through, working himself to the bone to give Campo a better chance at life and a real education than he ever had, it's just brushed aside. Coming through the back door and walking into the kitchen, he sees his father hunched over the table. He doesn't look up, nor does he acknowledge Campo's presence. Seeing his father frozen is as unsettling as his haggard and unshaven appearance, but Campo steps forward to see if he's okay. As he gets within a few feet, his father violently sits up in his chair with a loaded revolver, places the barrel against his temple, and pulls the trigger. The inertia of the movement and discharge of the firearm coats the kitchen walls, but also his now traumatized son with his blood. Campo just stands there, frozen. This event utterly breaks his heart, and the obviously traumatic episode haunts him for the rest of his life. For reasons still unclear, he blames his mother for what happened, and whatever loving relationship they had is now replaced with resentment, as Campo now seems to drift through his teenage years until he tries to find himself in a very unlikely place.
Okay. Now the rest of this, oh god, that's really loud. The rest of this still has a few situations I want to go through, but I think that's pretty good for now. Say it's coming up to midnight. I have got a slight headache coming on, but I'm going to push through just a little bit longer. I'm just going to go through the Vietnam section, figure out what I need to do, and if there is anything I can do now rather quickly. What I did was what? Do I ask, Mr. Manager? See.
They've been stomping through the jungle for hours. Hours beneath the canopy that promises a reprieve, but only darkness remains in the evening sun. Hours in the humid heat with the sour sweat running down their backs, feeling like they're being hunted, as with each snapping twig and rustle of leaves causes their shoulders to tense. For somewhere in the miles of merging trees, they feel eyes watching them. The platoon pushes on with tentative steps, always alert for the smallest sign of the enemy, until an hour later, with the weather changing in the blink of an eye, they finally make it to their target, a small Viet Cong outpost. Campo stops the platoon, and from the tree line they can't see any movement. Something is wrong. Even the usual sounds of the jungle seem somehow muted.
Right, I think I'm Did I miss? No, I have got it then.
An eye, they finally make it.
The bar scene in the beginning, I like the line. That's a problem for tomorrow. Well, things in that sort of situation, you know, you have a group of people that are clearly gone to a bar to get completely legless and enjoy watching a football match. It's not something I partake in, but I have no problem. You know, if that's how you have fun, that's how you have fun. Screw it, whatever. But you do know there would have been plenty of people there that would have had to have gone to work the next day, you know, hunched in their cubicles, trying to crunch numbers with an absolute blasting of a hangover. And I wanted to try and add that in. Little moments like that, just to try to humanize characters that aren't necessarily real, because, you know, none of them people in the bar are based on anyone. I knew there was a bar, and I knew that the bar did actually have an interruption during the football match. But I didn't have any names, so I thought, you know what? I'm sure I can figure out something that I have personally seen in the pub across the road from my, you know, from where I live.
Campo stops the platoon, and from the tree line they can't see any movement. Something is wrong. Even the usual sounds of the jungle seem somehow muted. They decide to move into the outpost with an uneasy feeling encompassing them as they search each building for any signs of life, but their efforts bear no fruit. Some of the platoon use this moment to relax and take cover from the pouring rain, all while keeping their eyes peeled. But sadly, they don't realize that their every move has been watched from afar. Deep in the jungle, a group of Viet Cong have been waiting for the perfect moment to strike. They spotted the soldiers searching their outpost as they were on their way back from their own mission. An ambush by luck. Raising their rifles, they take aim, and the tree line lights up with gunfire. The sound of bullets whizzing past their heads, feeling the immense heat they produce as they're inches away from their faces, causes momentary panic. Campo and his units drop to the floor, scrambling for cover before returning fire. Both sides emptying round after round, but in the end, the small Viet Cong group is defeated. But it's taken its toll. Campo stands covered in the blood of his fallen comrades. At least this is...
Oh, it's glitching out quite bad there. Oh, that's why.
At least this is the story he would tell. In later years, known acquaintances would state Campo was a member of the United States Special Forces known as the Green Berets, while others claimed that he was an electronics engineer who served in the parachute squadron. But according to the archives...
Those muzzle flash effects are impressive. Oh, what you mean, what do you mean, these? Or do you mean on the actual, or them? Because all that is literally just a point light in Blender. It's literally just a very simple lighting engine, when the actual rounds, the tracers, are literally just really long. Well, I took a circle, flattened it, turned it into like basically like a teardrop, gave it an emission shader so it was really bright, and then just animated it to go flying across the screen, and added a tiny bit of motion blur. That is just a JPEG. That's just that's a PNG of an explosion, because I can't digitally paint explosions. I'm not very good at them. And then the rain here, that's actually done in, yeah, the rain effect itself is in Premiere Pro. When the thunder and lightning in the background, that's just a giant cube with a emission shader, and then I put a light in front of Campo and the one in the background that lights up with the box in the background to give it effects. I will show some Blender stuff probably tomorrow, because I will need to use Blender tomorrow to finish up the actual video. And I'll probably show you some little things on how I do my little power. Actually, tell you what, while I'm here quickly, I can actually show you what it looks like. It trips a few people out when I show it. There you go. I'll load up Blender and give you a quick little shot of, I think the last scene I'd done, oh, don't load up to, was the cartel shot. There you go, I'll show you what it looks like. That'll take a little while to load, because I've got about 50 different things happening. Let me close down my processors. I think I've got my disk running really high. Come on, Blender. There we go. Right, here we go. Darwin. So this is Blender. This is where I do all the animation work. And there is a lot more I could learn in Blender. There is a lot more tricks, but this is how you will see it with just a simple camera. But then you're ready for it to get really trippy. I'm now going to turn off the camera. There you go. That's how it's done. It's quite trippy. Now this is about the lighting effect, so let me turn the lighting on. There we go. Let me make sure you can't see any of the lines. There you go. And that's how it's done. So that's what most of my lights are, just a very simple cube with an emission on. So here you go. That's it off. There you go. And then obviously I'll zoom in. And this is the camera, and I just choose which keyframes. It's currently on depth of field, which I just turn on and off, and depending if I want to give it a little bit more interest. And of course, if I zoom right out, you can obviously see I draw everything to be in a frame, so I've got some form of idea of what I'm working with. So yeah, this is how everything is done. And then I do certain effects, like if I want to do Dutch angle, so like, let's say if I want this to be in a Dutch angle shot instead, I then follow basic composition, you know, rule of thirds, all that good stuff, which I need to get better at, to be totally honest, in my actual artwork. So yeah, if I want to go for a bit more of a Dutch angle, which to be honest I probably should have done, because that actually looks quite nice. Yeah, I should have done that really, shouldn't I? I mean, look at that, that actually looks a little bit more impressive. I'm going to save that. I'll probably re-render that later on tomorrow. I do see a mistake there. I've seen it a couple of times throughout the edit. I haven't, well, apart from that little line there, but to be honest, you won't notice that. I didn't add any blood here because I didn't actually select that as a layer. But yeah, this is how everything is done. This is Blender. And there are a lot of effects. I mean, a lot of effects you can do in Blender. I've seen people edit literally Hollywood grade visual effects in Blender. It's ludicrous. So I will in time take some Blender courses, but for right now I want my artwork to be the main way. Then after a while I can then start using Blender to really heighten everything. But I believe this is called parallaxing, 2.5D parallaxing. I'm sure this is what this concept is called. So yeah, that's how I do it. And then once I've rendered it in Blender, I then take it out as an MP4 and bang it into Premiere Pro, and this is where I do all the color correcting. And then if I need to add in effects like if I want really easy rain, I just do it in Premiere Pro, and obviously the rain is 2D, but because it's falling on the video, if the camera kind of twists, the rain doesn't twist with the camera, it just keeps falling straight down. So if I want to do special camera movements, I have to render the rain in Blender instead, and when it's done that way, it's actually a 3D object instead of it being, you know, just a simple white line that's falling from the top of the video. Yeah, that's how everything's done.
Fallen comrades. At least this is the story he would tell. In later years, known acquaintances would state Campo was a member of the United States Special Forces known as the Green Berets, while others claimed that he was an electronics engineer who served in the Parachute Squadron. But according to the archives, he served in the US military between August 12, 1975 to August 11, 1978.
Oh, let me pause that. There, let's get a bit glitchy. There you go, you can read that, it's just I've got it on half and quarter quality. Obviously when it genuinely renders, you'll be able to read the entire thing here. I can't remember who actually got this information, but I found this. This is from the National Archive. There you go. Campo Soldado Delgado served in the US Army from August 12, 1975 to August 11, 1978 with an honorable discharge, rank Sergeant First Class, E7. So yeah. Bit of interesting information there. I did contemplate leaving this in or not, because I don't know if it works in terms of continuity, because, you know, I'm showing artwork, suddenly document. I was a bit unsure how that would work, so it's in there for now as a temporary placeholder. If it seems fine and I can probably do a little bit more with it, I might keep it in. I'm not sure. Anyway, let's carry on.
As class in his short career. However, what makes these days...
I see, I want a thunderclap for that, just to make that much more nice transition.
us in his short career. However, what makes these dates so interesting is that the United States pulled its last remaining soldiers out of Vietnam on April 30th, 1975, with the communist forces occupying the south of the country. This was 4 months before Campo enlisted. The only testimony we have about Delgado's whereabouts during his service is from a soldier by the name of Art Feely, who claims to have met Delgado in the 5th Infantry 3rd Battalion while in the Panama Canal Zone in 1975, before Delgado was later stationed at a military medical center in El Paso, Texas, until the end of his career. After his service, Campo tried to strike out on his own by living in New York for a few years as a refugee, but after being mugged and nearly killed by a thief who shot him in the chest, he fled south to Argentina, marrying a local woman and even having a son. However, very little information on this apparent son and wife can be found. Whatever happened to Campo Elias Delgado between these years is still contested to this day. But one thing is for sure, whatever horrors he may have faced, he brought home.
Okay. Right, there are a few things I can do here and there, like adding an electrical buzz to that neon light. As you can see, I was trying to do something a little bit unique I've wanted to do for a while now. If you see how there is a zoomed out shot here. Okay. You see how the building looks like parts of it are floating in space. This is something I'm going to do a little bit more because it allows me to do slightly less detailed backgrounds but a little bit more stylized look. I don't want to do this with everything, obviously, because that will just look really odd, but I want to do it for moments that are either... The best way to describe it would be almost like fractured memories or unreliable information. So because they're not entirely reliable, I kind of show that by fracturing the backgrounds. I thought it'd be kind of a neat idea. It probably sounds a bit pretentious, but I don't know. I thought it looked cool. And it allows me to get some quite unique looking shots. So it's an idea I'm going to try and play around with in the future. If I can really get it to work, I think it'd be fascinating, especially the idea of like the backgrounds being built piece by piece, you know, them like dropping from the sky and this, that, and the other. Obviously, I don't want it to be too distracting and take away from the overall story, but we'll see. Anyway, apart from a few little things here and there that I want to go through and add on here, there isn't actually that much I need to add on the Vietnam section itself because it's very narration heavy compared to the previous one, which is more story driven. So what I'm going to do is I actually am going to leave it here because it's 5 past midnight, which is normally fine, but been editing in total today. I think I've come up to about, I don't know, 6-7 hours. Let's see, I'm slowly creeping up to the 5-hour mark. Yeah, about 6.5 hours, plus I done some artwork today, which was about 2.5 hours. Yeah, so I've done a good amount today. Happy amount. But I've definitely enjoyed doing this live stream. The live stream has actually helped me stay a lot more on track. I actually done quite a lot today, all things considered. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to save it here. And I will do another stream tomorrow, probably a little bit later in the day, just so I can get some of the artwork finished. Or I'll stream the artwork, I'm not sure yet. And yeah, we'll see if we can get this finished Friday night. If not, then over the weekend. Other than that, I'm going to get myself some. So you've got to be reaching the limits of productivity for now. Yeah, I am. I'm exhausted. I won't lie. I'm absolutely exhausted. But this has been a lot of fun. Thank you all so much for joining, and of course thank you to everyone who did donate, and thank you to the people that have just been watching and talking utter crap with me. I will see you all tomorrow, and yeah, that's about it. I'm too tired.